Good evening. It's July 24th, 2026, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me for the second case in this very odd Chinese-Japanese game called Suzake Detective. Suzake Detective. It's only available on Amazon. It's sold by a company that has no presence. And it's a little odd. However, it's also a little unexpected in that the English translation text seems perfect. The game, I like it. I think it's well-written mysteries, but it has that flavor of games that we've come to expect where the setup, the mystery is often very intriguing and we spend an hour trying to figure it out. And when we read the solution, we think, that's not very plausible. So this is the game for people who like talking about theories and don't care about the actual solution. Let's check in with the chat and see how everyone is doing tonight. Small group here today. YouTube says 9 viewers. This cannot be purely AI translated, although the AI translation is getting good enough not to show any issues, but it's too clean for an AI translation. Although that may mean that 99% is AI and 1% is a human proofreading it. Is there anything to talk about before we get started here? Anything going on in the chat anyone wants to talk about? I just watched Disclosure Day, the Steven Spielberg movie about aliens, and I really loathed it. I hated it. I thought it was terrible. Absolutely terrible. Plot was terrible. Everything about it seemed just bad. I suppose the acting was okay. But yeah, I'm coming to the real realization that when the directors get old, most of them get really bad at directing. Like Megalopolis is just unbearably bad. This is not in that realm, and Steven Spielberg is a very skilled director, but this is really not good. Okay, anything else to talk about? Let me talk a little bit, do some bookkeeping for upcoming stuff. On Sunday at 1 p.m., I will be doing a live Gen Con 2026 special. I'll go over 10 or so games that I'm looking forward to picking up at Gen Con. Then on Monday, we're going to play this game behind me here, Arcadia Tenebra, a very weird small run narrative adventure game, which I'm highly skeptical about, but I'm curious to try it. And then I'll be off to Gen Con myself on Wednesday with my local group here. We pack into a hotel room and eat snacks and game for 4 days. If you're at Gen Con and you see me, I hope you'll come and say hello. Anything else to talk about? We do have a brand new Kickstarter, big Kickstarter, that's coming in the next week called Abyss Echo. That's narrative, mystery, Cthulhu type stuff. That'll probably take quite a few sessions to play through, and I think we'll try to get it played soon after Gen Con. So you may want to come for that. And then we've also got some New York Noir fan cases to play through. And what else? I always wonder, like, what's the relationship between viewers who watch this channel and other YouTube channels? Like, here's my theory about YouTube, how people pick YouTube channels to watch. I think you just stumble into them. The YouTube feeds people different videos and different randomness. And it's like a sitcom. When you watch it enough, you're like invested. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad, whatever. You've just gotten used to this person, so that's why you're here. So I figure most of this channel is just people who got used to me for whatever reason. And so I know that there are plenty of people here who like some of these channels, like Shut Up and Sit Down and stuff. I am not a big fan. But I'm really not a big fan of this bullshit they're doing now, where they're doing these paid commercial review things that look like reviews. And this is one of the biggest board game channels on the internet. It's like Shut Up and Sit Down, no pun included, the Dice Tower. Like there are a couple of really big ones, and Shut Up and Sit Down is one of them. And they have really just, in my opinion, jumped the shark with the ethics here of these series they're doing. It's almost like, and they're running these Kickstarters to get funded while they're doing this paid stuff. But I don't know if you guys have seen this. They have a new series that they call Board Games Direct. What does Board Games Direct mean? And they go through like 10 or 15 games and talk about how cool they are. And at the beginning of the video, they have a quick little blurb. They say, we're going to show you some great games that are all about this genre. Oh yeah, these are all paid. Now let's get back to what looks like our recommendations. And the idea that they've given this name that's meant to hide what it is, I find that really distasteful. Like, if you want to do a video series that's called, like, here's paid previews, okay, I'm not going to fight you on that. I still think it's really unpleasant that channels that are doing half their channel is reviews that are supposed to be unbiased, and the other half is paid content for the same exact publishers. I still think that's distasteful. But at least the community has sort of agreed that there's a term of art called a preview, which really does not convey, the word itself does not convey that it's a paid advertisement. But it's like everyone has come up with these little euphemisms. But at least people know now that paid preview is a euphemism for I've been paid to put this in front of you and get excited about it. But now this, one of the biggest channels in the whole board game scene is doing this pretend thing where they're calling it Board Games Direct. That is really not right. It's really not right. While I'm on this hobby horse, let me just mention something else I don't like about this. I'm going to be talking about this a little bit because this channel has such a tiny audience of such short reach that I have to mention things multiple times to get it out there. But the other thing I don't like is, what about this stuff like they'll say like, this is a review of this game, and they'll say like, the company had helped sponsor the video. Why is it phrased that way? Helped sponsor? That's not right. They didn't help sponsor. They paid for that video. They paid for that video. They didn't like give you some cake. They didn't give you like a little tiny nudge, a little tiny bit of help. It's a paid advertisement. All right. Now to the good stuff. Let's play our second case here. More Megalopolis hate. I mean, it did lose me by the end, but at least it has memorable scenes like the scene at the start when they're all on shaky scaffolding over the miniature city. There's one or two reasonable scenes. I don't know about that one, but a great thing did come out of Megalopolis, though, and it's the documentaries that got made about it, where you can see it go off the rails with Shia LaBeouf arguing with Francis Ford Coppola, and Francis Ford Coppola is just losing it. I mean, he doesn't have all his marbles, which is the unfortunate thing. But you can also go watch there's a 30-part YouTube documentary on Apocalypse Now that Francis Ford Coppola did in his prime. And it's fascinating to watch that, and then side by side watch the documentary on Megalopolis, which I forget what its name is. You can watch lots of clips of it on YouTube, but there is an official documentary on Megalopolis. I forget what it's called. But you can see Francis Ford Coppola arguing with Shia LaBeouf a lot. But it's not hard to watch, but it's a little bit sad. All right. All right, you remember the process, which really isn't a process. It's just, we're just doing reading. But here's what we're playing today. The Wildflower Mountain Manor Kidnapping. Clues and props envelope. So a little bit bigger of an envelope than our last case. And an additional booklet of probably interviews. So this may be a bigger, longer case than last time. Did you ever see his odd vampire movie Twixt? I don't think I did. Did I? I think I did, actually. Is that with Val Kilmer? Is Twixt the one with Val Kilmer? Or, yeah. Yeah, Val Kilmer. Jonathan says, yes, that's one. I did watch Twixt. I mean, it looks like a low-budget little thing filmed digitally. It didn't bother me. Like, it was okay. You know, it's not great, but it didn't offend me the way Disclosure Day and Megalopolis did. I mean, Megalopolis didn't offend me. It was just, it's so bizarre. You're like, what am I watching? How could this possibly have gotten made? So Megalopolis is a totally different experience. All right, so there are a lot of booklets for the Wildflower Mountain Kidnapping. If you compare that to the one we played last week, I guess last week had a booklet, an answer, and a small clues. So this one just has one more, but the envelope feels substantially bigger. Password rescue. What is this? Well, I don't think we're ready for this one. I don't think we're quite ready for this one. All right, anything to talk about? Any last minute stuff you want to talk about before we jump into this? They should hire us to do the solutions since our theories make more sense. Sometimes I feel that way. Not about the hiring, but about our solutions make more sense. All right. What did you think of Twixt, Jonathan? What was the one game with downright depressing translation? We have played some games with some bad translation, for sure. I do feel like I'm ready to do more unusual games on this channel. I have a very fond memory for the games that go off the rails, one of which is right behind me here, Penny Dreadfuls. That one went completely off the rails, and I have such a fond memory for watching it go off the rails. And they're not that easy to find, the games that go off the rails. But I'll tell you what, I actually think we got an opportunity here to get more. In fact, we came up with a name. Does anyone remember the name we came up with for games like that are enjoyable because they're broken and go off the rails? Because I feel like I'm ready to play more of those. And I think we can get more if we want them from the AI. Like we're at that twilight time where the AI is getting really good, but just before it can make great games, it may make a whole bunch of these glitched out games, which is the name we came up with. And Jonathan remembers, of course, the glitched mystery games. So I am a fan of this genre of game that we've called glitched games, and Penny Dreadfuls was the one that made us come up with that term. And I am ready to play some more. You might say actually Dune House Secrets might have been our first one, although that was more bad than glitched. If you haven't seen Babylon by the director of La La Land, you should check it out. But you should go in blind. Huh, I don't know that I have seen it. I might have to check that one out. All right, let's get started here. Welcome to Wildflower Mountain Manor. Okay. Here we have a building. The Wildflower Mountain Manor Kidnapping. Background story. Deep in the remote hills stands Wildflower Mountain Manor, a secluded estate surrounded by towering trees and accessible only by a narrow winding road. It was here that an unusual kidnapping took place. The perpetrator did not demand money. Instead, they issued a chilling condition: decode the victim's cry for help within a limited time frame. As hours passed, the mystery began to unravel. But what followed was even more disturbing: death. Someone among them was a killer, and yet everyone seemed to have an alibi. With all communication and contact with the outside world severed, the picturesque manor transformed into a sealed chamber of dread. Beneath the surface of civility, relationships began to fracture, trust dissolved into suspicion, and the air grew heavy with secrets. One by one, pasts long buried clawed their way to light. Key investigator Detective Suzaku, a renowned investigator known for his relentless pursuit of the notorious Night Killer organization. And then we've got a whole cast of characters, all different from our previous case. Police officer, a kidnapped child, a bespectacled man, Madeline with striking red hair, Ashley blonde-haired, Jared man in suit, Nina woman with curly hair, Isaac a man in a jacket, and Sadie the housekeeper of Wildflower Mountain Manor. Case 1. So the way these cases have been going, looks like only 2 cases in this booklet, but the way we're getting these, the way these have been presented to us is connected cases. Maybe better to think of as chapter 1 and 2. Okay, so case 1. The mountain road twists ahead, each turn revealing a different slice of wilderness. Today, I'm on my way to Wildflower Mountain Manor. The manor is hidden deep in a remote mountain range, surrounded by high slopes on all sides. Its location is secluded by design, cut off from the world. The only road is a narrow strip, barely wide enough for one car. Tall trees crowd both sides of the path, their branches closing overhead like a canopy, isolating the estate from everything beyond. Before long, I reach a wooden bridge. It's old and too narrow for the car. I park off to the side and continue on foot. The forest is silent, except for the sound of my steps on damp earth. After a short walk, I see the manor. It's not large, a classic American-style building, weathered but dignified, framed by the rising mountains around it. The surrounding landscape gives it a strange quality, spacious yet enclosed. A gravel path leads from the outer gate to the main hall, winding gently between the trees. I walk toward the entrance. At the door, I spot a figure I know. It's Cody, the officer I once worked with on the Matrix murdered case. He's dressed in a plain, casual outfit, a cigarette resting between 2 fingers. His eyes are fixed on the ridge line, as if looking straight through the mountain. A half smile forms at the corner of my mouth. I approach and greet him with quiet warmth. Cody, it's been a while. At the sound of my voice, Cody flinches slightly. He turns around, and when he sees me, a flicker of surprise crosses his face. It's gone in an instant, replaced by a smile. Well, if it isn't Suzaku, he says, his voice touched with genuine surprise. Didn't expect to see you here. Yeah, what are the odds? I reply with a smile. Didn't think I'd run into you in a place like this. I take a moment to study him. He seems more grounded than I remember. Still familiar, but there's a quiet weight to him now. He's grown into something steadier. Cody lets out a soft chuckle and taps the ash from his cigarette. I didn't think you'd end up here, of all places. This area's remote. No one just passes through. You here on vacation? I shake my head. Not exactly. I was asked to come. A client wants me to look into something. A client? He repeats, eyebrows lifting slightly. Would that be Mr. Hunter? I nod. You're here for him too? Cody exhales, turns, and begins walking towards the manor's main hall. His voice drifts back over his shoulder. Yeah, he sent me a letter, asked me to come here personally. Said there's something he wants investigated, something he thinks might be tied to the Night Killer organization. I follow a few steps behind, and a quiet unease starts to settle in my gut. Oh, that should have been us talking, I guess. No, that doesn't make sense. Anyway, I don't know the details yet, I say. He just asked me to show up. Hasn't told me anything concrete. Cody reaches the front door and knocks twice. A few seconds pass. From inside, there's a faint sound, subtle, like movement behind thick curtains. Then the door creaks open, revealing a woman in a neatly pressed uniform. We need the soundboard here. She's older, with sharp brown eyes and neatly kept chestnut gray hair. Her expression is serious, her posture straight. She studies us for a moment before speaking in a flat, measured tone. And you are? Cody offers a slight nod. His tone is polite, restrained. Cody, I was invited by Mr. Hunter. Her gaze softens slightly, but only just. She shows no smile, no real welcome, just enough acknowledgement to let us through. Come in. Her voice is crisp, no unnecessary words. Cody and I exchange a brief glance, then follow her inside. The hall's quiet. Everything about the interior feels aged and deliberate. Polished wooden furniture, thick velvet drapes. Heavy silence. The kind of silence that doesn't feel empty, but watchful. It's the sort of place that seems untouched by time. The woman moves with practiced efficiency. She pours us each a cup of tea without asking and places them on the low table in front of us. Her voice remains even. Please wait here. Mr. Hunter and the other guests haven't arrived yet. Other guests? I frowned slightly. I hadn't expected that. So Hunter invited more than just the two of us. A quiet uncertainty creeps in. What kind of meeting is this? Cody breaks the silence first. His voice is low. So, what do you think's going on here? There's something tense in his expression. He's trying to look calm, but he's not. I don't answer immediately. My eyes drift toward the mountains beyond the window. The ridge lines are still, but something about them feels too quiet, heavy. I'm not sure, I finally say, but this doesn't feel like a routine assignment. If Mr. Hunter brought us here, there's something he's not telling us. Just then, I hear the faint sounds of footsteps outside the door. The housekeeper moves toward the entrance. A moment later, the door swings open and seven people step inside, one after another. The man leading the group wears a well-fitted suit, crisp collar, a tight tie. He looks efficient, professional, and deliberate. His gaze sweeps across the room in one practiced motion, landing briefly on me, then pausing on Cody. For a split second, something shifts in the man's face, a flicker of displeasure. Subtle but unmistakable. He recovers quickly, turns his eyes away from Cody, and focuses on the housekeeper instead. I'm Jared, he says in a low voice. I was invited by Mr. Hunter. I'm here for the dinner gathering. The housekeeper nods. I'm Sadie, caretaker of Wildflower Mountain Manor. Mr. Hunter has not yet arrived. Please wait here for a moment. I'll fetch the room keys and arrange your accommodations. She leaves without another word. No sooner has she stepped away than a blonde woman from the group spins toward Cody. Her movements are sharp, her posture tense, and her eyes, icy blue, are locked on him with open hostility. What is he doing here? She hisses, her voice low and heavy with resentment. If it weren't for him, she doesn't finish. Jared seems to have anticipated this. He steps in quickly, quietly placing a hand on her shoulder. Ashley, he says, his tone quiet but firm. The woman, Ashley, freezes. Her shoulders stiffen, then collapse. She throws herself against Jared's chest, shaking, eyes full of pain. She starts to cry, quietly, but with a grief that cuts deep. Her body trembles as if something inside her is splintering all over again. Jared wraps an arm around her, steady and reassuring. "I know," he murmurs. "You're not ready to let go. Neither am I. But what's done is done. We can't live in the past. Mr. Hunter brought us here for a reason, and it's not to reopen old wounds. We need to stay focused. Don't make this harder than it already is." Ashley's sobs gradually soften. Her breathing slows. The tension drains from her body, though her eyes are still clouded with pain. She lifts her head slightly. The bitterness remains, but she says nothing more, just lowers her gaze and wipes her tears in silence. I watch all of this unfold without a word, but questions rise quickly in my mind. Something happened between them and Cody, something unresolved, and judging from Ashley's reaction, it's not something they've ever truly let go. Cody's expression doesn't change. He keeps his eyes on Ashley the entire time, unmoved by the outburst. It's as if he expected it. In his gaze, I catch a flicker of restraint, controlled, familiar, but he stays silent, standing slightly off to the side. Next to Ashley stands a woman with vivid red hair. She's holding the hand of a young boy, maybe 13, dressed in a plain blue shirt. The boy fidgets, then suddenly slips free from her grasp. He takes off at a light trot, weaving toward the manor's front steps. The woman reaches for him instinctively, but he dodges her hand with surprising ease. "Ethan," she calls out, not loudly, just enough to catch his attention. There's a trace of urgency in her tone, but it's softened by habit. Ethan lifts a hand and waves it back casually. "I'm going to catch butterflies." The red-haired woman sighs, quietly, but with clear resignation. She casts a quick glance toward the man beside her, a tall figure with gold-rimmed glasses, and moves to follow the boy outside, clearly intending to bring him back before he wanders too far. Just then, Sadie returns to the hall with a ring of keys in hand. She steps forward and begins assigning rooms, her tone steady and efficient. "Mr. Jared, Mrs. Ashley, your room is on the 3rd floor, left wing." Jared gives a slight bow, accepts the key, and gently guides Ashley toward the stairs. Sadie continues. "Mr. Oliver, Mrs. Madeline, and your child Ethan, you'll be in the 3rd floor, right wing." The man with the glasses takes the key. Just then, Madeline returns to the hall with Ethan in her arms. The three of them follow Jared and Ashley upstairs in silence. "Mr. Isaac," Sadie says, "your room is at the far right of the 2nd floor." The man in the jacket raises an eyebrow toward the woman with curly hair, then steps forward, takes his key, and heads up without a word. "Mr. Cody," Sadie adds, "you'll be in the room next to Mr. Isaac." Cody steps forward and accepts his key. He hesitates, his gaze fixed on me. Something flickers in his expression, uncertainty maybe, but he doesn't speak up yet. "And Miss Nina," Sadie says, turning to the woman with curls, "your room is at the far left of the 2nd floor." Then she looks at me. "Mr. Suzaku, you're next to Miss Nina." I take the key from her hand and watch as Nina starts upstairs. Then I turn back to Cody. "It's been a while," I say. "Feel like coming up for a drink?" Cody pauses. His mouth tightens slightly, like he's weighing something. Then he exhales, shakes his head, and turns toward the staircase without answering. I watch him disappear down the hall. At 6 o'clock sharp, there's a knock at my door. Sadie stands outside, her tone as calm as ever. "Dinner is ready." Mr. Suzaku. Please come downstairs." I follow her to the dining room. Inside, Jared is already speaking with her. Do you know when Mr. Hunter will arrive?" Sadie offers a polite nod. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hunter has been delayed by business matters. He won't be arriving tonight. He plans to join everyone first thing in the morning." I can't help but ask, Is this manor his?" Sadie shakes her head gently. "No, the manor is privately owned. The estate belongs to a friend of Mr. Hunter's. The owner currently resides overseas and agreed to let Mr. Hunter use the property to host his guests." I nod, then take my seat and begin eating. A few minutes in, Jared turns to me. Sir, may I ask, how should we address you?" I set my fork down, dab my mouth with the napkin, and reply with a small smile. "I go by Suzaku. I'm a detective." Jared raises his eyebrows slightly, a flicker of surprise, but nothing more. Then he starts introducing the others around the table. This is a problem for me because I've got about 2 voices, and I'm likely to start reading these things in the wrong voices. Maybe, I wonder if for these things I shouldn't skip the voices. I know some of you tune in just to hear me trip up on the voices, so I guess I'll keep trying to do it. Okay, so he's introducing people. He tells me Nina is his secretary, Oliver, the man with the glasses, is his business partner, and Isaac, who's been quiet most of the evening, is not only his driver, but also Ashley's older brother. "And you?" Jared asks. "Why did Mr. Hunter invite you?" I shake my head. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. He just asked me to come here and look into something. The specifics will have to wait until we meet in person. I pause. "What about you all? Are you here for the same reason?" Jared gives a faint smile, then shakes his head. "No, we're here to discuss a business matter with Mr. Hunter." I nod slightly. He doesn't seem interested in elaborating, and I don't press. Dinner continues in relative quiet. Afterward, everyone retires to their rooms. Back in mine, the fatigue from the trip finally catches up with me. I flip through a book for a while, but the words blur quickly. My eyelids grow heavy. I close the book and set it aside. Sleep comes fast and deep. A sharp scream cuts through the silence and tears me from sleep. I guess I don't have a scream here. A woman's voice, shrill, panicked. I'm out of my bed in seconds. I throw on my jacket and step into the hallway. Up ahead, I see Isaac, Nina, and Cody hurrying upstairs. I follow. When I reach the 3rd floor, Jared and Ashley are standing outside Oliver's room. Their voices are tight with tension. I approach and lower my voice. "What happened?" Jared glances at me, jaw clenched. "Ethan's missing." The words hit me hard. "What do you mean he's missing?" Ashley shakes her head. Her brows are drawn together in frustration. "We don't know. Madeline said he was in the room last night, but when she woke up this morning, he was gone." Jared adds, his voice barely above a whisper, "We already searched his room and the hallway. There's no signs. It's like he vanished into thin air." The air feels heavier now. Everyone's face is marked by the same unspoken thought. Something is very wrong. I take a steady breath and turn to Madeline, who's standing a few steps away, visibly shaken. "Mrs. Madeline," I say gently, "I'm sorry to press you right now, but can you tell me, what was the state of the room when you woke up?" She wipes her eyes and nods, her voice trembling. We came back to the room after dinner. We didn't go out again. We even locked the door from the inside. This morning I woke up and Ethan was gone. The bed was empty." I narrow my eyes. "Anything else?" She hesitates, then says, "Our phones, they're missing too." The others exchange quick looks. Then, one by one, they rush back to their rooms. Minutes later, they return, each of them confirming the same thing. Their phones are gone. I begin asking about the night before, what they remember after dinner. The answers are nearly identical. They all felt unusually tired and went straight to their rooms. That detail sticks. Too tired, all at the same time. Something doesn't sit right. If someone tampered with the food or drink, they'd need access to everything and to everyone's room afterward. Only one person fits that description, Sadie. I glance around. She's not here. Has anyone seen Mrs. Sadie? I ask. Heads shake. No one has. We move quickly to her room. I push the door open and stop cold. There on the floor lies a woman's body, headless. The clothes match Sadie's. For a moment, no one speaks. The silence presses in. "Oh my God," Oliver whispers. His voice is tight, laced with both shock and fury. "Call the police now. We have to report this." He bolts for the stairs, running toward the bridge, but moments later he stumbles back inside, breathless and pale. His voice is low. The rope on the bridge, it's been cut." I don't respond right away. My thoughts are racing. Why would a kidnapper do that? Why trap us here? Cody stands off to the side. His fists are clenched. He stares at the floor for a moment, then finally speaks. "They don't want us leaving." He pauses, breathes in slowly. "They knew someone would try to call for help. Cutting the bridge was part of the plan, and now we're stuck." I take a deep breath and glance around the room. Questions churn in my mind. The kidnapper took Ethan, but there was no ransom demand. Instead, they went to the trouble of cutting off every escape route. This isn't just about keeping us here. Whoever did this has a bigger plan. A low commotion. We rush back in. The television screen is on. At the center of the image is a figure in a black robe and a mask. The face is completely obscured. The voice comes through a voice modulator, distorted, impossible to identify as male or female. The figure speaks with cold precision. "Mr. Hunter does not exist. He never did. You're not guests, you're prey. Soon you'll understand why you're here. Listen carefully. Ethan is wearing a bomb. You have 1 day to decode his message. If you fail," a pause, "start digging." The screen cuts to black. Silence follows. Then Isaac spots something on the ground. He bends quickly and picks up a crumpled piece of paper. "It's Ethan's message," he says, unfolding it. He studies it, muttering to himself. "Strange. No ransom demand? That doesn't make sense. If it's a kidnapping, there should be a price, right?" I speak clearly, keeping my voice level. "We're trapped. No one's getting out. Right now, the only thing that matters is decoding Ethan's message. It may be the key to all of this." Everyone nods in agreement, but the tension in the room is palpable. Worry lines every face. I'm about to step forward and examine it myself when Cody calls out behind me. "Suzaku, we need to talk now." I nod and follow Cody into the room. Once inside, I close the door behind us and turn to face him. "What is it?" I ask. "You've been off since yesterday." Cody lights a cigarette. He takes a long drag, exhales slowly, then looks at me. His tone shifts. Serious, tight. "This reminds me of a case from 5 years ago," he says. He pauses, his eyes growing distant. "I was assigned to a kidnapping. The victim was a little girl named Kylie, Jared and Ashley's daughter." I frown. How did the kidnapper get to her? Cody takes another drag. His eyes don't leave mine. Jared was at work. Ashley was at home with Kylie. A girl was on the spectrum, autistic. Quiet, kept to herself. Ashley had quit her job to care for her full time. He leans back slowly, his voice flattening with memory. That day, Kylie was drawing in the yard. Ashley was cleaning inside. She stepped across the street to toss out some trash. 30 seconds, maybe less. When she came back, Kylie was gone. I stayed quiet, listening. The image is disturbing in its simplicity. 30 seconds, that's all it took. And I asked, did they find her? Cody exhales sharply, the smoke curling toward the ceiling. That was a nightmare. The kidnapper demanded an outrageous ransom, an amount that shocked everyone. But we had no leverage. We followed their instructions. He pauses, eyes flickering. We tried tracking them. Every time we got close, they slipped away. They were smart. Too smart. At one of the drop sites, we found a drawing. It looked like Kylie's. Letters scattered across the page. It made no sense. We couldn't crack it. He stubs the cigarette into the ashtray, then continues. Well, eventually, the kidnapper demanded that Ashley deliver the ransom herself. The meeting point was at the base of Wildflower Mountain. That catches my attention. Cody notices, yeah. He says, same place. He goes on. Well, he set up protection. Plainclothes officers were watching every angle. When Ashley approached the kidnapper and handed over the money, he attacked her, cut her arm. That's when we knew he never intended to release Kylie. His voice tightens. He tried to intercept him as he drove off. I chased the vehicle, took out one of his tires. I thought we had him. Cody looks down, his fists clenched, but instead of stopping, he accelerated, drove straight into the mountain face, full speed. The car exploded on impact. He looks up at me. There's a quiet fury behind his eyes. They both died. The kidnapper and Kylie. He falls silent. Smoke curls in the air between us, hanging like a veil, thick, slow, and heavy, as if trying to obscure what he can't say aloud. I don't speak. There's nothing to add. The weight of the story sits between us. Even after 5 years, it's clear that the loss still haunts Cody. And this new case, it's too close to that past. Too many threads weaving back to the same dark place. I place a hand on his shoulder. My voice is low. Do you remember what was in that drawing? Cody nods. He pulls out his wallet, then carefully unfolds a piece of paper. It's creased, worn from years of being carried. This isn't the original, he says, handing it to me. The original is logged in evidence, but I copied it by hand. I've kept it with me all this time, hoping one day I'd figure it out. I unfold the page. My eyes fix on the drawing. At first glance, it's nothing more than a child's sketch. Loose lines, shapes, erratic coloring. But something about the composition holds my attention. I scan the patterns, the placement of symbols. An idea begins to form. I study it in silence for a few seconds, then speak. This isn't just art, it's coded. These symbols, they're standing in for words. It's a kind of visual cipher. Cody's brow furrows. Yeah, you think it's a substitution cipher? I nod, but Not the usual kind. This is old. I've seen something like it before. Medieval encryption. The message isn't hidden in the letters, it's in the differences between the shapes, the angles, tiny, almost imperceptible details. Cody leans in, his expression sharpening. We looked into substitution ciphers. I brought in cryptography consultants. None of them could find the link. Well, they may have been looking at it the wrong way, I reply. I grab a pen and begin sketching on the corner of the paper, simple diagrams showing how variations in strokes could indicate alphabet shifts or symbol groups. There was a case I worked on, I explained, where a family heir discovered a hidden message inside an old painting. It wasn't written in letters. The message was encoded through tiny differences in the artwork, like the angle of a line, the number of brush strokes, or the placement of a symbol. At first glance, it looked like a normal picture, but when examined closely, every detail revealed part of the code. Cody studies my drawing, then returns his eyes to the original. His voice is quiet, but there's a charge to it now. So, each image is a key, he says slowly, and each key unlocks the next. Like links in a chain, one puzzle leads to the next. Exactly, I say. None of these details are random. Every piece fits into something bigger. If we decode it step by step, it might lead us to the truth. Cody inhales deeply, folds his arms, and do it. Whatever this is, it needs to end. I nod, but I already know this is more than a kidnapping. The deeper we dig, the more obvious it becomes. This is connected to Kylie, to the manor, to that day 5 years ago, and this drawing might be the one thread that pulls everything loose. My task: open the envelope of the clue prop, take Kylie's sketch. You can first check the player tip card. Once you've solved the puzzle, with some weird spacing, proceed to the next page. Okay, so we've got a big long setup, a sort of classic Agatha Christie Murder on the Orient Express tinged case. That's a case where there's a failed kidnapping and puzzle centered. The setup is great. It's people trapped in a room. We don't know how they got to them. It's a setup. The parents of the kidnapped kid. 7 different people, including 2 detectives. Does feel like an Agatha Christie setup. And then the housekeeper, Miss Sadie, who is the most likely culprit to poison and get into their rooms and steal their phones, is found dead, presumably. Head cut off, though, so definitely might not be her. So a big plot, and then to have us proceed, though, we need to figure out the sketch, and that is the move to case 2. So case 1 is just sort of us reading this clue. So let me remind you how the Suzaku Detective stuff has gone with these case 1 and case 2. So we'll have something to do at the end of each case, which is this, and then we've got some questions and then a full answer. Full epilogue story. So let's see. Jonathan says, I wonder if Jesse's going to bring up a certain movie. Okay, well, what movie were you thinking of, Jonathan? There are some other good kidnapping movies like High and Low, if that's what you're waiting for me to bring up. But this one is not really a high and low case. This one felt more like the Murder on the Orient Express. just high and low because of the kidnapping, yeah. Okay. So we don't want the truth and endings, and I guess we don't want the interrogation. We're told to just get out Kylie's sketch. This is a oddly thick envelope. It's like there's something in here other than there's like some full-size stuff, but there's something else. Like, what is this? There's some cards. Oh boy, wow. Kylie's sketch. Ethan's message. Wow, there's all this is more involved than the other cases. Wow. What is going on here? Holy cow, this is much more involved. Sorry, this is much more involved than our previous cases. Kylie's sketch, we're allowed to get out, and we can check the player tip. Oh my god, look what it is. It's silvered stuff that we can scratch off. Okay, this is much more involved than any of the other cases. Now, where is the player tip card? These feel like these are all... This is all for later, I guess, but I'm a little bit... We've got a little bit of a conundrum here because it says you can first check the player tip card. And I'm not sure we know what that is. Is it time for a break? Yes, it is time for a break. Okay, but I can see here actually that this game process was for the first case and now the second case. Before you start reading the script, find the clue prompts envelope, take out the knowledge briefing cryptography. Okay, so cryptography manual. So we get access to this and the player tip card. Knowledge briefing cryptography. This is not called knowledge briefing cryptography, but I wonder if this, I think maybe this is our background knowledge. Let me just see here. Player tip card. Read those cards to prepare for the puzzles. Then read the... Pick up the knowledge and the player tip card. Do you think that's what this means? This is a little bit player tip card. There we go. Okay, so background knowledge and player tip card. It doesn't tell us to get background knowledge, but that's what it all does. And I'm guessing this is just going to be about various ciphers. Yes. Okay, so we're allowed to have access to this. Look at how involved this is. It's a little guide to various ciphers. Caesar cipher, Pigpen cipher, Polybius square, @bash. We know most of these, right? And then the Vigenère cipher, Morse code. So we're familiar, Morse code, we're familiar with all of these except what? QWE, I don't believe we've ever talked about. T9 numeric, I don't believe we've ever talked about. @bash is just A to Z, maps to Z to A. Caesar cipher, you know, you shift by a couple. Pigpen is the one drawn in like a tic-tac-toe grid. Morse code, you know. Vigenère cipher, that's the one where you use a keyword. It's like a keyword where each letter is like a shift of a Caesar cipher, but different shifts for each letters. So QWE, I don't know what this is. Okay. QWE is a substitution cipher mapping to the order of letters on a keyboard, which starts QWERTY. Okay. And then what's the T9? There's the Pigpen. Look at this nice little thing. Like you could use this as a nice cipher reference booklet for other cases. Like this is a nice compact. That's pretty nicely done, actually, assuming there are no bugs. Okay, let's look at this one. This is just a telephone cipher. Telephone cipher with a little, that's a little bit ambiguous. So if you've got 2, it can map to an A, B, or C. 3, it can map to a D, E, F. So if you got convert each number to its keypad and the number of presses. Okay, so not ambiguous, but H goes to 4, 4, and that tells you the second letter. Cute. Okay, so pretty neat. And we've got our background knowledge and tip card, which we'll read, and then we're going to try to decode Kylie's sketch and check our answer, but we're going to take a break first. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. I've left my coffee in the other room. All right, let's see if I can survive on tea. All right, so I think we've got the mystery of what we should be retrieving here. Let's see if I've got it. So second case, find the clue props, take out the knowledge briefing cryptography card and the player tip card. So actually, there's a whole stack of cards, but here they are. Here are those two cards. It's not a typo. There's no mistakes. These are the two cards. And if we look at these two cards, you can see one is the player tip card that it's recommended to us. Player tip card, but the other one that says knowledge briefing cryptography is labeled as background knowledge here. So let's just look at this. Cryptography is the science of encoding and decoding information. When used to conceal messages, it falls under cryptography proper. When used to extract hidden messages, it's cryptanalysis. The field encompasses a wide array of cipher techniques, including the Caesar Morse code, Vingenaire, QWE, Polybius Square, T9, Rail Fence, Pigpen, and the @bash. I'm not sure we've actually done Rail Fence before either. Where is our Rail Fence? Okay, so that is that. And then the player tip card gives us access to the cipher manual. This investigation features numerous classic elements of cryptography. For a smoother puzzle-solving experience, players are encouraged to familiarize themselves in advance with the following methods. And then it lists them. Cryptography veterans may dive straight into the decoding challenges, while newcomers can consult the Cipher Compendium Manual for a comprehensive guide. Okay, so these are both saying the same thing. I'm not sure why there's two of them, but okay. Now, so we've got this nice little table of contents and the rail fence cipher. I'm not sure I'm familiar with rail fence cipher. Transposition cipher rearranges the letters by writing them. It's the rearranging the letters by writing them across multiple horizontal lines, then reading them vertically. Choose the number of rails, the number of horizontal rows. Write the plain text into the rails by row. Right, so thanks is what's been written, and then some end padding characters. And then when you want to encrypt it, you write TN blank, HK blank, AS blank, TN blank, HK blank, AS blank. And here we've even added a character to tell us when we're at the end of a column. To decrypt, you're going to have to figure out the number of rails, and then you split the ciphertext one for each rail. So let's see, you're basically just reconstructing it, filling it out this way, and then you can read the original this way. Okay. So now we have Kylie's sketch, and we're trying to decode it. 5 patterns, 5 scratch offs to see if we know if we can decode it. And you can see clearly we're supposed to do them one at a time. It's very adamant about that. And the text was adamant about that. Each key unlocks the next, like links in a chain. So if this is Morse code, we might get a message which we then decode this way. And this looks like it's going to be a rail cipher with 4 rails. And then this looks like it's going to be a Caesar cipher with a shift 5. And then this might just be telling us that we're going to read it in reverse. So I'm guessing that like when we Morse code this, it's not going to be in English. And then we're going to do this substitution cipher of some form. And then get railway, and then get this. So the uncomfortable part is that I believe each one of these is not going to be English, if I'm right. In other words, it's encrypted 5 times over. So when we decode the Morse code, I don't think we're going to get a word. We're not going to get a phrase in English, but I could be wrong. And then looking at this, what are we looking at here? I'm not sure yet. This is going to be our Caesar cipher shift of 5, clearly. This is going to be our rail cipher. I suppose we could get out our options here and guess what this is. D goes to M, M goes to Z, O goes to I. Yeah, not exactly clear. D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. That's a 9, and an M plus 9 gives us what? M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, not a Z. So I'm not sure. Did I get a lucky coin? I got something to help me scratch off. So let's attack this. This first one sure looks like Morse code. Let's see what we've got here. Where's our helpful Morse code chart? I don't know why this is at the end instead of with the Morse code, but okay, here we go. Letters, numbers, punctuation, pretty cool. All right, let's see. It looks like dash, dot, 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 right? Assuming it's dash, dot, dot, dot. That's a B. Dash, dot, dash, dash. I mean, normally we can use an online tool for this, but I guess we're going to do this by hand. Dash, dot, dot, dot. Sorry, dash, dot, dash, dash. Dash, dot, dash, 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 dot. That's a Y. And another Y. And another Y. Dot, dash, dash, dot. Dot, dash, dash, dot. That's a P. Dash, dot. Is an N. Two dashes looks like an M. Dash, dash, dot, dot. Dash, dash, dot, dot. That's a Z. So normally if you were doing this and you got this far, you'd say I'm doing something wrong, but I don't think we are doing something wrong. I think it's just a multi-step thing. So dash, dash, dot, dot is here. Then we've got dot, dot, which is an I. Then we've got dot, dash, dot, 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 dash, dot, dot. That's an L. Dash, dot, dash, dot. That's a C. Dot, dash, dash. Just scratch off a little to make sure it looks right. You might have a point there. Let me do this in, well, surely the dashes are dashes. You can't expect us to do that. Okay, so Jonathan says, before I spend another half hour doing this, although we're almost done, let's scratch off. Let's see if we can do this on some piece of paper. It's easier to clean up. Okay, so this is what I've discovered. This is a 3D plastic razor blade scraper. I've discovered that this, if it's at least not worn out, can be useful for this, but it looks like it is worn out. This doesn't feel right. Okay, a little better than a pen. BYY. BYY. Okay, so we've got this figured out correctly. Let's finish the decoding then. And what have I done? Okay, so we have it right, and that means our bigger picture theory is right about what we're looking at here, right? We're looking at a multi-step decoding. Makes complete sense. So it was ILC. C was the dash dot dash dot dash dot dash dot. I should have written these on different lines, but okay, it's all right. Actually, let's do it this way. Dash dot dash dot. That was a break. And then the dash dot, which was our N. Sorry, dot dash dash dot dot dash dash dot was our P. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, okay. All right, and then our last word here, dot dash dash, which is why am I having a hard time finding it? W, then dot dash dot dot. That's our L, dot dot dash dot. That's our F, dot dot. That's our I dash dot. That's our N. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The only thing I don't like about this system is it's fragile. Like if we were to skip a letter here in a normal, if you got English out of it, normally you would just see, oh, I have a typo. But because we're going to go through 5 steps, one small error could have a chain reaction. All right, so we've figured this out. I do like this thing where they're giving you basically, they're letting you check your full answer here. BYYPNMZILCWLFIN. Okay, and we don't even have to have it written down here because we can just refer. Oops, that was close. We can just refer to this. Okay. All right, what's next? Now, this one is actually the one that is least obvious to me looking at it. I mean, it looks like a substitution cipher. Each letter is mapping to another letter. We're going to run it on this. So if it is a substitution cipher, it says assumption. That's interesting. The other weird thing is in the story, it kept talking about the angles are different, whatever, but like, I find that a little weird. But okay, if we were just taking what we were given, DMO goes to MZI. So the M is going to a Z. The M is going to Z. A D would be going to an M, but we don't have a D. And an O would be going to an I, but we don't have that. Unless it's reversed. No, it hasn't given us much, but let's take a look at this. Assuming this is a substitution cipher of some sort, a Caesar cipher would have a shift. I've already concluded that this isn't a Caesar cipher because they're not shifting by the same number. It could be the key is assumption, though. It could be a Vengenaire cipher with the keyword assumption. We'd have to play that out and see if that's right. Let's take a look at what our other choices, though. It seems that it's not a Caesar cipher, and it could be a Polybius square. Let's remind ourselves how that works. You take a 5x5 grid, you write the alphabet in there, and then you encode it by its grid coordinate. So that's not what we're looking at here. We know it's not at bash because the at bash maps an A to a Z and a Z to an A, and that's not happening here. So I think we might be looking at a Vigenère cipher with the key of assumption, perhaps. So that might be something worth using a website to do, but let's just go to Vigenère and remind ourselves how it works. You take a keyword, and this is what we want for decryption. You take a keyword. Now, if we're right that the keyword is assumption, I believe we would write assumption multiple times if we need to. And then underneath, we write the encrypted message. NM. Ugh, I really should have written this better. like this I. This is where a mono font would be better. N. I guess we'll know sooner than this if we're wrong. I, L, C, M, Z, N, M, C, I, L, C, W, L, F, I, N. It also makes sense that we would be looking at something like a Visionaire because we've got like 3 of the same letters that would suggest that, this is a P, that would suggest that it's not a one-to-one substitution here. Okay, so now, if this is right, what are we looking at? What are they saying we use for row and column? Ciphertext letter in the column and the row header, which is the original plain text. So for example, we have that, we have that. So ciphertext, oh, here's key and plain text, but this should be for encrypting. So key and then R. Isn't this, let me just see there. Isn't there an easier way to do it? Oh, I see. We look up that way. I am looking at decryption. It's just that when you're doing encryption, you look up H with K and look in here. So here we have to actually look it up in the, find it in the row. So this is our key. So we look at the A until we find a B. And then when we find the B, we go up. So this becomes a B. I guess I should write it under it. And then we look at the S. What? You didn't give us the whole table? Ugh. That's unfortunate. I mean, sure, we could generate the oh, here, it's on the table here. That's good. All right. So thank God for that. Okay. So A, and then we find the B and we go up for decryption. So Y, and then we find the S, and we go up and find the, and get a U. And then the same thing here, huh? That's weird. And then this one, we have a Y and a P. So we go to the Y, we find the P, and we go up and we get an R. I think I did that the wrong way. S or what? This we did. I did this wrong. Let's start again. B until we get an B until we, sorry, A until we get a B and we go up and gives us a B. So now we want S until we get a Y. So there's our Y and we go up and we get a G. And then the same thing here. And now our key is U. And we're going over until we get a Y, which is here, which gives us an E. U to Y to E, and then M to P. Up gives us a D. Okay, B, G, G, E, D. Well, this one more important than the other. We should check. Okay, so we think we've got B, G, G, E, D. Let's see. No, it's absolutely not that. All right. Well, we're wrong about that. But you can see why this system of never getting an answer in that would make sense is so dangerous. Oh, but I guess we should have checked this. I guess we should have checked this, right? That was the whole point of giving us this. All right, take back what I said then, because they are giving us a way to disambiguate. All right, so if our theory was that this was this, then we should get that a D turns into an M. So if assumption A was our key, no, A maps everything to itself. So we should have known that was wrong. Assumption isn't the key. I guess I should have been able to look at that and see that A doesn't shift, and so DMOMCI. All right, it's not that. It may be ambiguous, but this is our hint that should have told us we didn't even need to check. We were on the wrong path. Okay, so what do we think is happening here? So looking at this, I know that we're doing the right thing. In other words, I know that this game wants us to throw this answer through this, and then through this, and then through this, and then through this. So we're not looking for a message here. This was our core message. We're looking for a transformation or encryption. And here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I don't know why I'm looking at this. 5 plus 6 is 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's our 4444. So this is our rail cipher with 16 letters. Okay, so clearly the whole idea is sound. And I think we know how to solve this one easily. But this is the one that we're stuck on. Okay. Rick says, I know which cipher to use if you're stuck. Okay, well, don't tell us yet. Let's take a look at this again and make more sense of it. So it could certainly be this QWE, this one I don't like. So in fact, let's see if that's it. Well, it doesn't look like that's, oh yeah, so A, B, C, D would go to an R, so that doesn't make sense. Unless we're encrypting it, in which case, do we have another easy way to go? The I, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So H would go to I, or D, A, B, C, D would go to R. So it certainly doesn't look like this kind of code. Let me just make sure it's not going in the other direction. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Ah, it's going in the other direction. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. And now you can see I going to O. Okay, so I think we've got a QWERTY cipher that's going in the other direction. So I think the easiest way to do that, if we don't have a separate QWERTY chart, is to do it ourselves. Let's see if we've got a nice little list here. Okay, so they're giving us part of it. We may need a keyboard to do the rest of it, but we're writing out QWERTY, QWERTY, and then it's giving us some more of the QWERTY that I don't know by heart. UIOP ASD. This would be the second row of the keyboard, I guess. F G H J K L E X E V B N M. Okay, that's the entire alphabet. Okay, so there is our thing. Now, which direction do we need to go? Well, we know what the answer is because we got an X when I scratched off. So we need B to go to an X. That didn't work. B goes to an X. What about the other direction? X. Was that a B? Yes, that's a B here. Okay, apologies for my bad handwriting. Okay, so we're just going to reverse this. Look it up. This is a B. So we look it up here and write the match to the left. So Y goes to an F, F, F. E goes to a J. Next up, N goes to a Y. M goes to a Z. Z goes to a T. I goes to an H. L goes to an S. C decrypts to a V. W is a B. L is an S. F is an N. I is an H. And N is our Y. All right, let's see if it's that. I suppose we should finish testing this, right? So D goes to an M. M goes to a Z. And O goes to an I. Okay, so that's the nice confirmation. And now we should be able to scratch off this and get confirmation. X, F, 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 J, Y, Z, T, H, S, V, B, S, N, H, Y. Okay, so we've done that step. I've got no complaints about that. And the fact that it's giving us each answer to confirm is good. Okay, so now I claim this is a Rail cipher with 4 by 4. And then it could be in either direction. Let's see what the rail fence cipher says for, we're decrypting this. That's why we had to go in reverse with our QWERTY. So we assume it's been written out like this. So we need to fill it out going down TN. So we fill it out this way and then we read it off this way. I believe that's the right thing. So in other words, we fill it out this way. IZTHSBBSN. What have I done? XF. Try again. So when it was originally written, it was written from left to right, and then read off, but we are doing it in reverse. X, F, 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 3 Fs. And we have J, Y, Z, T, H, S, V, B, S, N, H, Y. We filled it out this way, and then we're reading it this way. X, J, H, S, F, Y, S, N, F, Z, B, H, F, T, B, Y. 4, 4, 4, 4. I believe that's right. The only other thing it could be, if I'm transposing the direction, is maybe we could have filled it out this way and read it this way. But that would be for encrypting. For encrypting, you would write it this way and then read it this way. So for decrypting, we're writing it this way and then reading it this way. Any objection to that? We'll do our same thing. We'll start to see if we see XJH, we know we're doing it right. XJHS. So we clearly got this right. We can test. This works surprisingly well. Thank you for catching that F. Okay, let's check it to make sure we've got it right. XJHS, FYSN, FZVH, FTBY. Okay. I also like, if your group didn't care about the puzzle and just wanted to proceed with the story, you could just scratch these off. But I suppose we care enough to keep going. I mean, one of us does. Okay, this is clearly a Caesar cipher. The only question is which direction we should be going in. So if we get out our Caesar cipher, shift of 5, the question is it reverse or back? Okay, everything we've done so far has been decrypting, but this seems to be saying maybe shift left. But I don't know if that means shift left to encrypt or shift left to decrypt. So I do feel like this is a little bit of a just could be one or the other. Let's assume we're shifting to the left. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4. But then which, I suppose you could just decide whether you want to read from top to bottom. Okay, no clue about what is the right way. So let's just see here. Let's just do it we'll do it both directions down here, and we'll just scrape off and see which is the right way. So if we go from top to bottom, we get the X goes to B, the J goes to the N, the H goes to the L, and the S goes to the W. If we go bottom to top, we would have X going to a T, J going to an F, L going to an H, and W going to an S. So depending on how whether you think whether the 5 is a 5 or a -5, and whether we're encrypting or decrypting, it's one of these. So let's just start to scrape this off and see which one this is. Surely it's one of them. No, it's not. All right. So that's wrong. That's wrong, which is really surprising to me. Because, boy, if anything ever screamed that it was a Caesar cipher, it's this. If anything ever screamed that it was a Caesar cipher of shift 5. 1, 2, 3. Maybe it's this way? Maybe they mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I not shift enough? Maybe I didn't shift. Maybe I didn't shift 5. No, I did. Yeah, maybe I didn't shift 5. Maybe I shifted 4. I must have shifted only 4. Let's try that again. Maybe someone... Rick said, this is going surprisingly smoothly, and then I made this horrible mistake. Okay, X goes to B. Maybe is that what I wrote? X goes to C. What's wrong with me? X goes to C. J goes to O, but we know that's wrong. But if we go the other direction, X goes to S. It's this other direction. Okay, fine. X goes to S. J goes to E. H goes to C. And S goes to N. And then if we look at the back of this, SEC. Okay, so that's what we've got here, which we don't even, I suppose we could finish. F goes to A, Y goes to T, S goes to N, N goes to I, F goes to A, Z goes to U, B goes to Q, H goes to C, F goes to A, P goes to O, B goes to W, and Y goes to Z. SECNATNIAUQCAOWT with a space here for unknown reasons. Okay, last step. And then we should have this message decrypted, and we can take a break and resume. Okay, last step. What is this? What is happening here? It's a mirror and an E, so it almost seems like we should just read this backwards. 2 AQUA, 2 acquaintances. So it just says two acquaintances. We're just reading it backwards. TWO acquaintances. Okay. And that's what the extra hint of the space here. Okay, so we have solved the ciphers. There may be more. However, we can put this all aside. Maybe we don't go through all those steps if we hit another one, if we know exactly what it is. Once you've solved the puzzle, proceed to the next page. Okay. So actually, this is just a short little one page. All right, we're back. Everyone wake up. Wake up, everyone. I rise slowly, eyes still fixed on the sketch. I study it in silence for a few moments, thoughts racing beneath the surface. Cody notices my pause. His voice is low, almost cautious. Suzaku, did you figure it out? I give a small nod, gaze still on the drawing. Part of it, yes, but that's not what's most important. He frowns. You mean this isn't just a kidnapping? That's right, I say, turning to face him. This was carefully planned. There's something more behind it. Something deeper. I don't think the kidnapper just wanted ransom. I think someone wanted Kylie dead, and the person behind it knew her. What? Cody stiffens, shocked. But the kidnapper died, and Jared and Ashley said they didn't know him at all. He hesitates, his voice quiet. And if I hadn't fired that shot... Kylie might still be alive. I shake my head slowly. Cody, you did everything you could. Your decision may have saved others. But now we need you focused. Because whatever this is, it's connected. Kylie's case and Ethan's abduction aren't separate incidents. Cody breathes in sharply, then finally nods. Just then there's a soft knock on the door. Jared's voice follows from the hallway. Mr. Suzaku, we need your help decoding this. Cody and I exchange a glance, then move quickly to the main hall. On the table lies a folded sheet of paper. It's Ethan's message. I pick it up, unfold it carefully, and begin to examine it. Open the envelope. Take Ethan's message part 1 and decode its hidden content. So we've got another cipher. Ciphers are not the most... We've got 2 more of these in front of us. Let's just, let's see. We may not want to... I think maybe we'll just, once we figure them out, we will just scratch off the answer here. Okay, this is clearly a Vingenaire cipher, it's telling us. And this is telling us it's a phone cipher, right? I think, or it's either telling us it's a 6-2 is an N, 6-2, 6 number and then 2 digits in is an N. So this is a T9 numeric cipher. This is telling us the key we put over twice and put into here. And this is a Pigpen cipher, which is, we're being reminded here. Although, what are these numbers trying to tell us? Oh, I see. That's cute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So these numbers are giving us a way to number each of the Pigpen things. All right, so we're going to do this very quickly. I'm not even going to bother to do it all. We'll just do the first letter of each, perhaps. And then once we know we got that right, we'll look at the rest. Okay, so here's what this is saying. This is our various different Pigpens. Here they are. Normally, you get a letter for each. So this letter would be this one right here. You can see it's matching this shape with a dot in the middle. But in our case, normally you would look at this and say that's a Z. But here it's telling us to number each potential letter with a 1 through 26. So actually this is an 8. So our first number is an 8. And then you can see the second digit of this pair is a 1. So 81 is the first letter. And then you would put this into the second pattern, which is our T9, which would be an 8-1. 8-1 is a T. Okay, so this starts with an 81, and this starts with a T. And this gives us the key that we are then going to put this through with the Vigenère cipher. So let's just go ahead and do that. Where is our scraper? So this one should start with 81. There's our 81. Okay, and then this should start with a T. There's our T. So we'll just go ahead and do the rest of this. Okay, and now let's make sure we know how to do the Vigenère before we continue here. All right, so the key is tranquil. UUIL. That's our key. And then this cute little thing is reminding us that you actually have to spell this out multiple times in order to cover the full message. L, L, V, P. Okay, we're not going to do the whole thing. And now we're going to go back and do the Vigenère, and we're doing decryption. So let's get our table. Remember now how this works. The key is tranquil. So we look up the T, and because we're decrypting, we look for our L and then go up, which is S. So this should be an S. And then again, tranquil is R, and we find our L and go up and we get a U. SU. Key value of A, which is leaves it unchanged, which is sun. Key value of P, we find our N and we go up and gives us a Y. All right, let's make sure that that's right. SUNY. Nope. It's clearly our key. We know the key is tranquil. Was I doing decryption when I should have been doing encryption? LLVP. L. No, tranquil. The key comes here. T. L becomes S. T. If we were to find the L. What am I doing wrong? It says the answer is THE. How can that be? Any thoughts? Something doesn't seem right here. Let me write out LLVP NS XU AH VG NJ PL. Let me just do a little bit more of this manually and see if something jumps out at us. The key letter Q, we find the U and we get an E. No, boy, sometimes. Key letter Q, we find the N. How is it possible to make so many mistakes? Q, find the N, we get an X. Oh yeah, something seems right here. Wrong, I mean. Is it really a different kind of cipher? Surely not. I mean, surely it's telling us the key. Is it telling us to do something other than just copy the key? Like I can see the key is facing the left here and the right here. Do you think that's what's happening? That this key is in the wrong direction? Let me see if that might be it. I mean, we've only got one keyword cipher here, and that is the Visionaire. So I don't see how it's anything. I mean, it could be the Polybius square, but then we'd have to do it in a very weird way. Let me just try this. Let me see if this key is in the opposite direction idea. So instead of tranquil, if we wrote tranquil in reverse, that would be a very odd choice. LIUQNART. Let's just see tranquil, and then I wrote the text under it, which is LLVPNSXU. Let's just see what happens if I do that. LL becomes an A. No, we know that's already wrong. That's not what the answer key says. Um... Hmm. Is there any other cipher that uses a key? I don't think so. The Polybius square, we write down the alphabet and then we decode with grid letters, so that's not it. No, it's only the Vigenère cipher. Maybe we're doing something wrong with Vigenère. Align the keyword. So you write the keyword, and this is not a great visual demonstration, but to decipher, find the corresponding row. So the key is K-E-Y, so you do K. And then if you know the cipher is an R, you find the R and then you go up and the plain text is an H. Next key is an E. You find the I, you go up and you get the E. That's what we did in both places, right? Tranquil was a T. The plain text was an L. We found the L, we went up, and we got an S. Didn't like that. Then we tried to say, okay, this gives us the key, which we know is tranquil. This is trying to tell us something. So I thought, okay, maybe it's reverse. Not just reverse, though. It's like reversed and upside down. I don't love this. And then what does this mean? I thought this just is a reminder that you would write the key twice. That's how you normally do it. And then you would do this. Hmm. Did we try doing it the other way in case it's bad, in case somehow they want us to encrypt instead of decrypt? So in that case, we would look up tranquil here, but then instead of looking up the L here, we would look it up here. And if we were to do that, we would get an E. That's not right. And then even if we were to do it in reverse and look it up, we would start with the L. We would look up the L. Huh. Well, this is unfortunate because, I mean, we could get the answer, but nothing's going to tell us why it's the answer. Well, let's take a break. Maybe someone in the chat can figure out what we might be doing wrong, because it is evading me at the moment. We'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Well, we're back. This doesn't really make sense to me. It feels like everything has been very straightforward. It feels to me this is clearly telling us that the key is tranquil. We're supposed to use it to decrypt this. I don't know why it's not working, but I think, and we can't read a hint about what's happening since the cipher part is really the least interesting part about this case. I think the thing to do is clear to me. I think we just scrape this off and we'll come back when we finish to try to understand what's going on in this game. We're just going to go ahead and look at what the answer to this is. So this decrypts as the lakeside cabin somehow. Let me just see if we have too many letters for that even. I don't even know. Let's make sure. THELAKESIDECABIN. Okay, well, it works, but I don't know. We're going to have to see at the end what I am missing about this translation. Okay, lakeside cabin. Well, that's what Ethan has written. And here you can see it's used. Just as I finish decoding the puzzle, the masked figure's voice fills the hall once more. Well done, Detective Suzaku. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me, but this is only the beginning. The real test lies ahead. We follow the clues urgently, tracing them to a small lakeside cabin. But Ethan is no longer there. He's been moved. What remains is a stuffed rabbit, a fresh sheet of paper, and a digital timer. It's already counting down, 6 hours left. I'm just about to pick up the new message when Isaac stumbles back suddenly, clutching his chest. His face twists in pain, then he collapses. Ashley and Nina scream his name in unison. Cody and I rush forward, kneeling beside him. I check for breath. Nothing. Isaac is dead. The news hits everyone like a bomb. Ashley breaks down instantly, sobbing uncontrollably. Jared stands frozen, his face pale, his voice trembling. How is this possible? We solved the damn puzzle. Why is someone still dying? Is that it? Is that the price? Every time we solve a clue, one of us dies? Madeline tries to intervene, her voice shaking. No, there must be another explanation. But Jared is unraveling. He steps forward, anger rising. Then explain this. Isaac's dead. Now what? Save Ethan and someone dies? Don't save him and he dies? It's a no-win game. His words chill the room. The silence that follows is heavy and absolute. Everyone can feel it now, something deeper, darker, closing in. Madeline opens her mouth to speak, but Jared cuts her off coldly. I'm done. I'm not risking my life to play this psychopath's game. Whoever wants to stay, go ahead. I'm out. He turns. Oliver quickly steps in his path. Jared, wait. Listen. This isn't the same as 5 years ago. This time we have a choice. We can't just walk away. Jared scoffs bitterly. Choice? Really? The killer doesn't want money. He wants bodies, one by one. I don't respond. My eyes stay fixed on the new message. In my mind, the pieces begin to move. Ethan's abduction, the black-robed figure's taunts, Isaac's death, the eerie symmetry with the past, and then it hits me. This isn't about ransom. This isn't even about Ethan. This is about something older, something buried, something that started 5 years ago. I look around the room, the weight of the realization settling in. My voice is steady. Everyone listen. I know what the killer really wants, and it's not Ethan. They turn to me. I need to speak with each of you, one at a time. Oliver steps forward, alarmed. But we're running out of time. We've barely got 5 hours left. I know, I say, holding his gaze, but this puzzle might not be about codes on paper. The real key could be buried in each of you. If we don't uncover the truth, anything we do next could be meaningless. Oliver hesitates. I see the fear in his eyes, but then slowly he nods. All right, we'll follow your lead. I think for a moment, then point. We start here. Cody, stay with me. Mrs. Madeline, please remain. The others shuffle quietly toward the exit. No one argues. Everyone knows what's at stake. I draw a long breath, forcing my mind to focus. This is where the real unraveling begins. It's always the case that in the story, Suzaku figures something out, but we don't know what he's figured out. But something clicked. He says it has to do with what happened 5 years ago. That's when Kylie was kidnapping. And he says he knows what the killer wants, but he's going to have to interview them. Take the interrogation segment. Once you've reviewed the full questioning, proceed to the next page. Okay, so we stop here. I thought I missed something. There had been more deaths than just Isaac and Shady. And Batfan is saying, letting you know I'm still silently enjoying your videos. Okay, I appreciate that. All right, let's find the interviews. We still have this deck of cards and another. We've still got more materials. I wonder if we need to break this case up into multiple days. I guess we've got time. You let me know if you need to, if you think we should end this and split it into 2 parts. Okay, here's the interrogation. So we're going to get an interrogation with each of these 6 alive people. They each have 1 page each. Okay, Madeline is getting interrogated first. I turn to Madeline. Mrs. Madeline, can you tell me the truth? What was your actual relationship with Isaac? She stiffens instantly. Her eyes avoid mine. I don't know what you mean, she replies coolly. He was just my husband's business partner's driver. My husband's business partner's driver. I hold her gaze. When Isaac collapsed, I saw your face. There were tears in your eyes. The pain you showed, that wasn't the reaction of someone with no relationship. Her expression shifts, subtle, defensive. I press gently but firmly. I understand your hesitation, but you know the situation we're in. Any detail withheld could cost us precious time and cost Ethan his life. I need the truth. Madeline stays silent for a beat, then sighs. Her voice softens. Fine, I'll admit it. Isaac and I, we were lovers. I nod slowly. Well, thank you for your honesty. We need to know everything. Any small detail could help. She breathes deeply, composing herself, then begins. Lately, Isaac had been acting strange. He was getting these mysterious phone calls, often. He started spending more money than usual. When I asked, he said he'd made a good investment, said the payout would come soon and it'd be big. I narrow my eyes. Did you ever see him meet with anyone unusual? She shakes her head. No. But one time his phone rang while he was in the shower, and I picked it up. The caller mentioned some kind of medicine, said it wasn't ready yet. What kind of medicine, I ask. I don't know, she says. The caller just said Isaac had bought it before and should know how to use it. If not, the instructions were clear enough. And did you ask him about it later? She nods. He just said it was for someone else. Okay. Next up. Oh, Madeline's continued. Do you know who called him? It was a number I didn't recognize. No name in the contact. She pauses, then adds, oh, and before Isaac died, just after you and Cody left the house, I saw him walking into the back garden with Nina. One after the other. I couldn't hear what they were saying. I file that detail away and nod. Okay, thank you. One last thing. How long had you and Isaac been seeing each other? She hesitates. Since 5 years ago. Her voice catches slightly. She exhales, then continues. After what happened, Oliver threw himself into work. He was always on edge, short-tempered, angry. He kept insisting someone was plotting against him, and he took it all out on me, said I was useless, said I only made things worse. I started spending more time with Ashley, We were close friends. She was grieving her daughter. We'd drink, talk, stay up all night. One evening, Isaac offered to drive me home. I was drunk. Things went too far. After that night, it became a regular thing. We kept it secret. Oliver never suspected? No. Ashley visited often, said Ethan had real talent in drawing. She was a former art teacher, so she'd help him practice. I used that as cover to go out. Shopping, spa days. Meanwhile, I'd meet with Isaac. I stayed quiet for a moment, letting the weight of her words settle. Thank you, Mrs. Madeline. For now, keep this between us. We don't want unnecessary attention. She rises, eyes clouded with worry. At the door, she stops. Her voice is low, trembling slightly. Detective Officer Cody, please, whatever happens, save Ethan. All right, our next interview with Oliver. I looked directly at Oliver, keeping my tone even. Mr. Oliver, what exactly is your relationship with Jared? He frowned slightly. So Oliver is the one she's having no, Oliver is her husband who's ignoring her and is angry and says people are plotting against him. Okay. How do I do that? It's Isaac who's dead. Right? She's having the affair with Isaac. And Isaac is the one who's just come in dead. I just want to make sure I'm following. Isaac's dead. Okay, the one she was having an affair with is dead, and this is her husband. I looked directly at Oliver, keeping my tone even. Mr. Oliver, what exactly is your relationship with Jared? He frowned slightly. Does that have anything to do with Ethan's kidnapping? It might, I reply. I'm trying to understand the connections. Knowing more about your relationship with Jared may help clarify a few things. He straightens a little, eyes narrowing. You think Jared did this? No, I say quickly, raising a hand to calm him. That's not what I'm saying. With this kidnapping, it's connected to what happened 5 years ago. I believe someone is trying to get revenge. His face changes instantly. The color drains slightly. Revenge? I catch the shift in his reaction, subtle but telling. Mr. Oliver, I say carefully, do you know something you haven't told us? He shakes his head, exhales, and leans back in his chair. After a moment, he speaks, quieter this time. Jared is one of my closest friends. He's someone I trust completely. We've been through a lot. When we started our company, I was barely hanging on. He stepped in, gave me support resources. I owe a lot of my success to him. And what do you know about his family? I ask. Oliver pauses, then nods slowly. Well, Jared and Ashley always wanted a child. About 9 years ago, Ashley finally got pregnant. But 5 months in, at a party, she fell down a staircase, miscarried. After that, she couldn't conceive again, no matter what they tried. He glances away briefly before continuing. Ashley was devastated. She always loved children, gentle, nurturing. Jared suggested adoption, but that's when they brought home Kylie. She was a sweet girl, but autistic, quiet, withdrawn. Ashley quit her job to care for her full time. Okay, so she's not natural born. She was adopted. And autistic. I nod. After Kylie's abduction during those weeks, you became unusually busy. You were irritable. You kept saying someone was plotting against you. Why? Oliver tenses slightly, then replies, because I was on edge. My friend's daughter had been taken. The whole situation was dark. At the same time, we were dealing with aggressive competitors. Business was rough. I suspected sabotage. I still do. But I never found hard proof. It sounds clean, almost too clean. I switch angles. What's your opinion of Isaac? Oliver scoffs, then the disdain immediate. Yeah, he's Ashley's brother and a mess, a compulsive gambler. Ran up millions in debt. Jared bailed him out. Gave him a second chance, set him up as a driver, paid him well. Frankly, I never trusted the guy. I pause. Do you know anything about Isaac and Nina? He shakes his head. Not really. Never saw anything between them, but Jared and Nina? Oh, that's a different story. I raise an eyebrow. Go on. They're close, Oliver says carefully. Too close. Not what you'd expect between a boss and a secretary, always traveling together. I remember about 10 years ago, they were away on a business trip for nearly a year. And did Mrs. Ashley ever notice? His gaze flickers. I don't know. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. I nod slowly, filing it all away. The pieces are shifting. A pattern is starting to form. Okay, lots of cheating and stuff. All right, now we're interviewing Ashley. Ashley enters the room, doesn't say a word. She rushes straight to the bathroom. I wait. She returns a few minutes later, her face slightly pale, movement slower. I'm sorry, she says weakly. I haven't been feeling well lately. I study her carefully. Are you pregnant, Mrs. Ashley? She freezes for a beat, then nods. Yes, I just found out. Does your husband know? She nods again. He does? I pause for a moment, then meet her gaze directly. Earlier, when you saw the stuffed rabbit, something changed in your expression. Do you recognize it? She shakes her head quickly, eyes darting. I don't know what that is, and I don't understand what it has to do with Ethan's kidnapping. Her voice is tight, too quick. It matters, Mrs. Ashley, I reply evenly. Was it you who left the toy? Did you stage the kidnapping? No. She snaps, voice shaking. The rabbit was Kylie's favorite. I have no idea how it ended up here. I wait a moment, then shift the line of questioning. Why did you choose to adopt Kylie? She stiffens. Kylie was autistic, and you and then we must jump in. This must be a typo, and we jump in. And you and your husband desperately wanted a child. Why not adopt one? Oh, we say. Kylie was autistic, and you and your husband desperately wanted a child. Why not adopt one without complications? Ashley's jaw tightens. Her hands ball slightly into fists. She's silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Kylie was sweet. She'd been abandoned as a baby and spent her life in the system. Jared saw her and, well, he saw himself. He lost both parents young, grew up being passed from one cold relative to another. No one ever really wanted him. Kylie reminded him of that. As for me, I connected with her immediately. She was quiet, gentle. I loved her the moment I met her. I nod. Tell me about the day she disappeared. Her face clouds again. Isn't that case closed? Yes, I say calmly, but I need to revisit the timeline. She exhales, her voice lower now. I was cleaning the house. Kylie was in the yard drawing. I stepped across the street to throw out the trash. Just a minute. When I came back, she was gone. Surveillance caught her walking towards a nearby alley, but there was no camera coverage inside. Did she say anything beforehand? Any indication of where she was going? Kylie shakes her head. No, she was obedient, always stayed where I asked her to. I nod, then shift gears. And when did Isaac start working for Jared? She hesitates, then replies, 2 months before Kylie disappeared. She watches me carefully now. You think my brother had something to do with it? She asks quietly. I shake my head. No, I'm just trying to understand the full picture. Jonathan says, is it possible Kylie was Nina and Jared's secret daughter? That's an interesting theory. Let's pay attention to that when we hear the interrogation of Jared. Detective, Jared says as he takes a seat, reaching into his bag. Mind if I smoke? I nod slightly. Go ahead. He lights a cigarette and takes a slow drag. As he lowers his hand, I catch a glimpse of a scar across the back of his left hand. I point to it. That scar on your hand, can you tell me how you got it? Jared glances down, his eyes momentarily distant. 5 years ago, he says quietly, I was holding Kylie, slipped on a puddle in the hallway. I fell hard, but I managed to shield her head. The staircase caught my hand, tore it open pretty good. He pauses, his voice tightens. I didn't know then that I was holding her for the last time. He trails off. I give him a moment. Then I ask, how well do you know Oliver and his wife? He wipes the corner of his eyes, then leans back. I think Jonathan's on the right trail here. This guy seems upset thinking about Kylie. Oliver's like a brother to me, but he's a lousy partner. Ambitious, yes, but no vision. If I hadn't kept things running, the company would have crashed years ago. So you hold the majority stake, I ask. He nods. Always have. I press on. And Mrs. Madeline? His lip curls slightly. Don't let that prim image fool you. That woman's no saint. Oh? I keep my tone neutral. Tell me more. Jared leads in, voice low. Well, just don't tell Oliver. He's still in the dark. He takes another drag, then exhales slowly. She's been sleeping with Isaac since 5 years ago. Unbelievable taste, right? I didn't know at first until I caught her handing him money in secret. That's when I pushed Isaac to come clean. I threatened to call in the gambling debt I covered for him. That loosened his tongue. I frowned. So even after you paid his debts, he kept gambling? Jared scoffs. Yeah, of course he did. Trash stays trash. The only reason I kept him around was because I needed him to get my medication. What medication? I ask. He doesn't flinch. Something for oligospermia, low sperm count. Ashley and I had trouble conceiving after a miscarriage. The treatment helps. No side effects, just hard to get. Isaac had connections, black market, dark web, you name it. He takes another drag. Thankfully, it worked. Ashley's finally pregnant. I fight the urge to respond, the way he says it, like a transaction, cold, clinical. Instead, I pivot. What about Nina and Isaac? They've both worked under you the longest. Any history there? Jared snorts. Isaac tried. Nina never gave him the time of day. Guy was a creep. And what about you and Nina? I ask, watching him closely. His expression stiffens. Something flickers behind his eyes. There's nothing, he says quickly. Strictly professional. But the way he says it isn't convincing. Okay, here's Nina. I got two more. Nina and Cody. Here's Nina. Nina takes a seat. I don't waste time. Someone saw you with Isaac in the back garden. Can you tell me what you were doing there? She flinches just slightly. There's a flicker of panic in her eyes, but she quickly composes herself. We were just getting some air, she says evenly. That's all, nothing more. Getting air, I raise an eyebrow. You and Isaac had a personal relationship, didn't you? You were alone together. 2 hours later, he's dead. That's not a coincidence. Her composure cracks. You think I killed him? That's absurd. I didn't say that. My tone stays calm, but my gaze sharpens. Her eyes flick downward. A moment passes, then she exhales. Fine, she says quietly. We were seeing each other. No one knew. The company has a strict no fraternization policy. If it got out, we both could have been fired. And today I ask why the garden. He Said he didn't feel well, she replies. I told him to go lie down. He insisted he was fine. Not feeling well, I echo, narrowing my eyes. Do you have any health issues? Headaches, she says. Persistent ones. He took painkillers regularly. I nod. How long had you been together? Less than a year. And what do you know about him? I ask. She hesitates, then continues. He's Mrs. Ashley's brother. I heard Mr. Jared helped pay off his gambling debts, then gave him a job as a driver. People said he had shady connections. Some dealings with the mob. He could get things most people couldn't. Why him? I ask. You don't strike me as someone who needs a man like that. Nina's eyes soften slightly. She lowers her gaze. When I was at a low point, he was there. He was gentle, attentive. He made me feel safe. That was enough for me. Would you mind if I asked about that low point? I press. Her face hardens for a second, but she recovers. It was a college relationship, nothing important. I let that go for now. How well do you know Jared's family and the Olivers? Before she can answer, Cody leans in and whispers to me, she's the one who found Kylie's adoption agency. I glance at Nina again. Her expression has shifted, tense, guarded. They adopted a girl named Kylie, she says softly. She had autism. Mr. Jared liked her immediately. Said she reminded him of his childhood, lost, unwanted. Mrs. Ashley loved her too. Quiet, sweet. But then she was kidnapped. Died in the same explosion that killed the kidnapper. There's a pause. Then she adds, if they'd paid the full ransom, she might be alive. I blink. The ransom wasn't paid in full? She nods, eyes damp. The amount was huge. Mr. Jared couldn't raise it. The only way was to sell all his shares, but he refused. The calls kept coming, threats. Mrs. Ashley was desperate. She begged him, but he said he had another plan. Now we're getting connections to high and low. What plan? I ask. He told her he was taking out a loan, but he didn't. The ransom was fake. Only a portion of the money was real. I take a moment to process that. Then, what about Mrs. Madeline or Mr. Oliver? I don't know her very well, Nina replies, but Mr. Oliver used to visit the Jared's house often. They drink together. Once I saw him holding Mrs. Ashley in the garden. She told me he was drunk. Thought she was Madeline. The Spamonite says, I figured out the problem with Ethan's clue not working. I guess after we finish the testimonies, we can double back to it. Yeah, let's finish this and then we'll hear what you found. Okay, here's our last interrogation. I turned to Cody. This is the other cop. Did you ever investigate the man who kidnapped Kylie? He nods. His name was Zach, a gambler deep in debt. He made his living off questionable jobs. What kind of jobs? I press. Mostly illegal ones. Cody replies. He was big, intimidating. People hired him to rough others up, collect debts, that sort of thing. All muscle for hire gigs, I murmur. I pause. Did you check who he was in contact with? Yeah, he had a string of clients, none of them directly tied to the case, but something stood out. Around the time of the kidnapping, he got several calls from public payphones. 3 hours before the crash, one came in from a booth near downtown. Were you able to trace that booth? We did, Cody says, but there were no cameras, no witnesses, no way to know who made the call. I nod slowly. Was there ever an autopsy done on Kylie? There was, he says. Kylie died in the crash. Zach, he died of a heart attack. A heart attack, I repeat, right at the moment of escape? Convenient timing. Cody doesn't answer. I lean forward. Did the coroner find anything unusual? He hesitates, then says quietly, Zach had aconitine and tetrodotoxin in his system. We think my shot may have pushed him over the edge emotionally. The theory was he panicked, took poison, and it triggered the heart attack. I frowned. How long were you chasing him? About 5 minutes. That doesn't add up. I shake my head. Aconitine takes at least 10 minutes to kick in. Tetrodotoxin needs 30. He couldn't have taken the poison during the chase. Cody narrows his eyes. He's listening now. I've seen a case like this before, I say, my mind riffling through a mental archive of old files, and it hits me. A killer once used both toxins simultaneously. The poisons counteract each other's effects on sodium channels in the nervous system, just enough to delay death. Cody looks stunned. You're saying Zach's death was premeditated? I nod. The killer wanted it to look like suicide, like he took the coward's way out, but it was staged. Cody sits back, eyes scanning some invisible memory. Then suddenly his expression hardens. Isaac, he mutters, the way he died, it was exactly the same as Zach. Okay, so after we read that, we can go to the next page. Let's just read this last paragraph because it's the last part of the case. Everything starts clicking into place. Threads I hadn't noticed before now begin to connect. Cody anxiously watches me closely, anxious. Suzaku, have you figured something out? I nod. Some of the pieces are starting to fall into place. And who is it? He presses. Who's behind all of this? I glance at the timer, just over 4 hours left. Not yet, I say calmly, but we're close. I need to check their rooms first. Cody hesitates. And the message? I pick up the new page, scan it briefly, then smile. This? I've got it. 4 hours is more than enough to crack what's left. Okay, so it wants us to take the character connections map, examine the web of relationships between the individuals, take the room clue cards, using everything you've learned, begin your final deduction. Determine whether the 2 kidnapping cases were committed by a single perpetrator or by accomplices. Identify the culprit between Kylie's abduction. Identify the perpetrator of Ethan's kidnapping. Take Ethan's message part 2. Decrypt the final puzzle. Once you solve the case, read the solution. So we've got access now to cards, character connection cards, and a final message. Do you think we have to do these in order, or could we do this first? Like, are we supposed to come up with answers to these before we're allowed to look at this? This is a helpful thing to tell us the relationship between them. And here are our room cards, which is going to tell us like medicine and stuff found in each of the rooms. That's pretty cool. All right, and then this final message. Let's hear from Dispaminite what you figured out. Let's hear it. Yeah, maybe we'll wait on the final cipher. The Spaminite says it's a translation error. The word they used in Chinese is Ningjing, which has multiple meanings. Peaceful, tranquil serenity. Wow. Interesting. The word we were supposed to use is serenity. Wow, look at that. Boy, that's for a case whose story text is so well translated, to make that mistake is kind of crazy. There's your glitch for you, Jesse. Yeah, that's not as pleasant a glitch. Supposedly, when it didn't work, we should have made the link to a synonym. Yeah, that's not really feasible. Okay. Wow, good discovery. That's pretty cool. But boy, that's an unfortunate translation problem. That's like the nightmare of all cases that need translation, that some word will get translated that breaks the case. All right, well, thankfully there was answers and we were good not to dwell on it. Good work. All right, so we've got a last message which we're going to hold off on until we try to answer the rest of the question. We have a chart showing us the relationship. Let's see what we've got. Oliver and Madeline are husband and wife, and they have the son Ethan, or Ethane. He's the guy who's been kidnapped while we're here. And then Isaac was having an affair with Madeline, which Oliver didn't know about. Isaac's the one who's dead. We're told that Isaac and Nina were romantic partners. Jared was an adopted father to Kylie from 5 years ago. Jared and Ashley are husband and wife. Remember, they can't have kids, or they couldn't have kids 5 years ago, but now that she's gotten pregnant, apparently. And but Kylie was their adopted daughter. But Jonathan thinks that maybe this is the illegitimate real daughter of Nina. And Isaac is Ashley's brother. So one thing that's not written here that seems significant and added to Jonathan's theory was when we're interviewing Nina, or somewhere, we're told that Nina found the adoption agency. Do you remember that? That seemed very suspicious. And then we're told they didn't find the full ransom. It was Nina who found the adoption agency, I believe. I had a couple more thoughts. Do you read it as Jared lied to the police and said all the money lost was real? Could that be some form of embezzlement? Yeah, that's an interesting thought, because we're only learning now that they didn't pay the full loan. And in the story, when the cop, Cody, tells us about the 5 years ago, she handed over the money. He cut her arm. He chased him, he shot him, he thinks he killed him. The car crashed, Kylie died. Now we've learned that the kidnapper, who looks like a hired helper, was poisoned. They had no leverage. We followed their instructions. All right, well, let's look at the evidence in the rooms before we try to solve it. Could Mrs. Ashley's current pregnancy, real father be Oliver? Nina claimed to see them together. I think, I absolutely think that, Jared may not be the husband, because when we interview him, he says that he's taking something for low sperm count. And it sounds like whoever's buying medicine, remember the person who has connections to buy medicine, he could be tampering that. So Jared thinks he can get his wife pregnant, but I think he's not being given this. So yeah, but that doesn't explain the murder stuff. But okay, let's look at these rooms. Something seems a bit odd. Suzaku makes a point about Jared having a scar and got it 5 years ago, and Ashley also had a cut, some sort of connection. That is odd. But don't forget, when Ashley says, remember the cut from Ashley, we got told about here, right? When Ashley approached the kidnapper and handed over the money, he attacked her, cut her arm. That's when we knew he never intended to release Kylie. Does Ashley say she got her hand cut in a different way? All right, let's see. What's the evidence from Sadie's room? Under the pillow is a card bearing the image of a black axe and a single sheet of paper labeled Investigation Note, containing only one line. The source is someone familiar. What does that mean? Okay. We've got 3 clues from Sadie's room. The source is someone familiar. In the fire pit, the remnants of a half-burned letter are found. Partially visible words include adoption, deputy director resignation. Examination of the headless corpse reveals uneven, ragged wound edges. The tissue around the wound is softened and indistinct, with coagulated dark red blood forming viscous clots. Fluid seepage has created a moist ring around the wound. Tucked inside the collar is a long strand of black hair. Do we remember how Sadie is described to us? A woman in a neatly pressed uniform. She's older, sharp brown eyes, and neatly kept chestnut gray hair. Okay, so this is not Sadie's body. This is not Sadie's body. I wonder if this is going to be I wonder if Sadie is going to be like the real mother of. I wonder if this is the real mother of Kylie. That's what Jonathan is thinking here. And I think that makes sense to me. I think it's Sadie getting revenge on everyone involved in Kylie's death. I think maybe Sadie is the mother. I think maybe the adoption was fishy, like they took the daughter away from her or something. Okay, let's keep going. Isaac's room, 3 closed. It's the Black Axe Gang again. On the front is their symbol, and on the back, medicine poison. Inside his luggage card is a card featuring a black axe. On the back, a note reads medicine poison along with a phone number. A crumpled instruction sheet is also found. It reads aconitine tetrodotoxin compound may cause respiratory failure, cardiac arrest, leading to death. This was the way that they've killed. Remember, they killed the kidnapper. The kidnapper died of this and was poisoned with this, and now so has Isaac. On the windowsill, traces of white powder are detected. The trash bin contains an empty bottle of painkillers and another emptied bottle of sleeping pills. I'm not sure what we're supposed to conclude from that. Only that maybe if someone swapped Isaac's sleeping pills and painkillers with these two compounds, then when he took them together, that would trigger his death. All right, let's look at Nina's quotes. Inside Nina's wallet's a photo. Sadie is pictured lovingly holding a 2 or 3-year-old girl, her eyes filled with tenderness. There you go. So Sadie is going to be Kylie's mother, but now why is Nina have a photo of this? In the trash bin, a used condom is found. Huh. In her suitcase is a psychiatric report diagnosing major depressive disorder. She's from a single-parent household and has been ill for 5 years. The report notes a suspected traumatic event and confirms she is under long-term home care by her mother. Okay. So, Jonathan, I think you were right, actually. I think maybe Nina is Kylie's mother, and Sadie with gray hair is Nina's mother. Sadie is Nina's mother. Nina is Kylie's mother. What do you think about that? Oliver and Madeline's room. We have 3 drawings. Drawing 1. Among Ethan's belongings is a thick sketch diary seemingly created during early childhood. 3 specific drawings stand out. Drawing 1 is a curly-haired woman is seen tripping a blonde-haired woman who is shown falling to the ground. So remember, we're told that Ashley had a miscarriage when she fell down the stair. The blonde-haired woman is on her knees wiping up red liquid. She is then seen folding the cloth and hiding it. The same blonde-haired woman is shown handing a bottle to a man wearing glasses. Well, we know one of them wears glasses. Is it Isaac? And let's remember who is the blonde-haired person. We should write it down, right? It was... There's only one. Was it Ashley? Is Ashley the blonde-haired girl? Oliver wears glasses. We're going to have to write this stuff down, aren't we? This is Sadie. He welcomes in, and then the others show up. Sadie is the housekeeper. Chestnut hair. Which one was the blonde one? Wait a minute. We actually got a list of it here. Here we go. Ashley is the blonde-haired, and Nina is the curly-haired. And Oliver is the glasses. So, is it that Nina has tripped Ashley? Nina, who's the assistant of Jared, has tripped Ashley and caused her to miscarriage? And Nina is giving Oliver some special medicine. It's a little bit of a weird one. Jared and Ashley's room. In the wastebasket, there is an empty vial labeled aconitine and tetrodotoxin compound. In Ashley's suitcase, a resignation letter from Isaac is discovered. The letter states he intends to quit his job and travel abroad with his girlfriend. Inside Jared's luggage, investigators find a bottle of medication used for treating oligospermia, along with an open box of condoms, one missing. Well, there's the Jonathan's theory confirmed. It seems that Jared is sleeping with Nina. And I think this part is telling us that So is Oliver the guy that's got... I think Oliver's the guy who can normally get all medicine, and I think maybe Ashley is giving medicine to Oliver that Oliver can give to Jared that pretends that it's the medicine to help him get her pregnant. I needed him to get my medication. What medication? Don't tell Oliver. She's been sleeping with Isaac. Oliver's like my brother's a lousy partner. I need him for my medication. It works. This drug, and Ashley's finally pregnant. I think we're seeing that Ashley is given fake drugs to make Jared think he's getting treated so that she can get pregnant from him. I think Isaac is the one with the medicine connections. Well, and I don't know why she'd be giving it to Oliver. Lots of interesting clues here. So one question, though, is should we try to figure this out before we... I mean, surely this is not giving us the solution. Well, why don't we... Have we seen all the room cards? Yes, we have now seen all of the room cards. We've seen everything except this. So if we had to come up with the broad strokes of a theory, it would be something like this. Nina is the mother of Kylie, even though we think she's adopted. I mean, even though Jared and Ashley think she's adopted. And Nina, but she's really Nina's baby from an affair with the husband, Jared. And I think maybe the conclusion is that this was a faked kidnapping. It was a faked kidnapping by the parents. And if they had paid the money, or maybe even by Nina, but the point is that they were supposed to pay the money and return Kylie and everyone would be happy. But instead, it's gone wrong. Kylie's dead, and now Nina went off the deep end, and her mother, Sadie, is helping her get revenge on everyone involved. And so if we work out the details, we'll figure out that she's got some motive against this whole group, I guess. I guess that's our real... That's the core of our theory. That this is a revenge plot for all of them, or is someone trying to get someone to confess or something? John says, is it possible that Ashley was behind this fake kidnapping as revenge against her husband and Nina? Yeah, it's hard to know what exactly was going on with the fake kidnapping. I'm not 100% sure, but let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll discuss the case further. Maybe we'll decrypt that note. Oh wow, the camera's doing something weird. Like it's jittering. Okay, I want to understand what Jonathan is saying here, but before we get back to it, I do think I thought of something while I was in the other room making my 1:30 a.m. third cup of coffee. I think we know who the dead body is. We don't think it's Sadie. We think Sadie might be behind much of this. Does everyone know who the body is? Maybe it was obvious. Any thoughts on the body? We're going to definitely dig into this part about disagreeing on the psychiatric report. I guess the body could be anyone, but I've got a theory. The real Sadie, if there was one. Oh, that's an interesting idea. I suppose that makes sense. That's an interesting theory, but I guess that could be true too, but I'll show you what I think. So in Sadie's room, In the fire pit, the remnants of a half-burned letter. Partially visible words include adoption, deputy director resignation. So I think maybe that dead body is the body of the deputy director of the adoption agency, who's also blamed for this whole thing. The reason that makes a little more sense than whoever the original Sadie was, because whoever the original Sadie was, there'd be no reason to kill her. That would be a particularly cruel killing. But I think if this person, if the mother who blames everyone involved for what's gone wrong, they may also blame the adoption agency person who Nina found. I think what happened is Nina gave up her kid for adoption, and the adoption agency has given it to Jared and Ashley against Nina's will. All right, now let's try to address what Jonathan was saying here. He says, I'm looking back over the cards. I think I might disagree on the read of the psychiatric report. It says something traumatic happened 5 years ago that led to the depression. So that sounds like the Kylie kidnapping triggered it. But I think I agree with that. I agree that the Kylie kidnapping triggered it. So, don't I? So where is our disagreement? The major depressive order, she's from a single parent household and has been ill for 5 years. The report notes a suspected traumatic event confirms she is under long-term home care by her mother. So I'm not following. I'm not following, Jonathan. I'm not following what you're saying. Here are the things we have to figure out. Why does Nina have a photo of Sadie holding a 2 or 3-year-old girl? That's how I concluded that Sadie, who's got gray hair and is probably too old to be Kylie's mother, what I concluded is Sadie is Nina's mother, and the girl Kylie was really Nina's daughter, and Nina has been depressed for 5 years under long-term home care by her mother, Sadie. But but is your point that Nina is your point that Nina is the personal assistant of Jared and romantic partners with Isaac, and so this is not about her? Or this is from long ago? I don't know why. I'm not sure why this is invalidated by anything. Sounds to make the person with depression is not functioning and has been taken care of by her mother. Nina seems to have been at work for 5 years. I see. Okay. Well, maybe this is an old report before she started working. Or I'm not sure, this really might not be that she's working as personal assistant but living at home with her mother. I'm not sure that I would say that this makes it so it can't be Nina. I suppose you could say this doesn't have to be a report about Nina, but I'm not sure this is really... I'm not really sure that this is inconsistent with Nina, but I guess I see what you're saying. You're saying you don't think this report is about Nina. Whether the report is about Nina or not, I'm not sure. Unless your theory is that this is a report about Sadie and Nina is carrying around information about Sadie. That's a little weird to me as a concept, though. Like, Nina has got a picture of Sadie, but she doesn't say anything when they see Sadie is running this house. That doesn't really make sense, whereas it does make sense if Sadie is Nina's mother. I suppose this could be a report about Sadie, but Sadie would be an old woman to be living at her with her mother. That's a little odd. But even if this report is about Sadie, doesn't this tell us that Nina knows Sadie and is related to her? Otherwise, why would she be pretending not to recognize Sadie? And why would she have this? I mean, that part doesn't make sense to me. It makes more sense to me that Sadie is Nina's mother. Where did they get introduced? Mr. Hunter. Notice the name Hunter, like a hunter. Let's see how Sadie and Nina interact. I'm Sadie, the caretaker of this thing. Mr. Hunter has not arrived yet. Mr. Jared and Mrs. Ashley. Mr. Oliver, Miss Madeline, and your child Ethan, you're on the 3rd floor. Mr. Isaac, your room is there. And the man in the jacket takes his key and heads up without a word. Miss Nina. Your room is on the far left. Okay, I want to know the story about this. A curly-haired woman, surely Nina, tripping a blonde woman who's surely Ashley, causing her to have a miscarriage of some sort and hiding it. So where is our discussion of that? I mean, Ashley seems genuinely upset that she lost Kylie. She'd been abandoned as a baby. Isaac started working 2 months before Kylie disappeared. But Isaac is Ashley's brother. Where's our interview with Nina, who we suspect? How long have you been together? Less than a year. When I was at a low point, he was there. What about your low point? It was a college relationship, nothing important. So I think what's happened is, Jonathan, 5 years ago, Kylie got kidnapped after a recent adoption. But I think you might be picking up on the fact that the traumatic incident that's made Nina go into depression is the birth of the baby from Jared. I think possibly this baby was given up. Yeah, because it's not, I don't think that I think she may have, I think she may have had an affair with Jared, or however she had the baby Kylie before she even started working for him. And then she was adopted as a middle age. So I guess I'm saying the explanation for this is that this is about Nina, but it's about a 5-year period before our story begins. She's had an unwed baby who's autistic, and that has sent her into major depression, and she's given up the baby. And this is from Nina's distant past. She's given up the baby. She started working for Jared, and all of a sudden, they adopt her baby, who's now grown up and to be adopted. Okay, John says, I guess they had their trip 10 years ago. Can you tell me what trip you're talking about? Because I don't remember that, but that sounds awfully important. If you can help me see what trip you're talking about. 10 years ago. Where is that? Because that sounds like it. Miss Ashley loved her too. Then she was kidnapped. I think maybe Nina and her mother kidnapped her daughter and just tried to get the ransom and then blames these people for fucking it up. This is her low point. In Oliver's testimony was the comment about the 10-year ago trip. But Jared and Nina, that's a different story. Go on. Too close. Not what you'd expect between a boss and the secretary always traveling together. I remember about 10 years ago, they were away on a business trip for nearly a year. Okay, so that's it. That is so clear now. 10 years ago, Nina and Jared go on a trip and Nina gets pregnant and goes into a 5-year tailspin, and the baby is given up. 5 years after that or so, she's given up the baby, she's recovered, and all of a sudden, in comes Jared and Ashley, and they've adopted Nina's baby that she gave up 5 years ago, which sent her into a tailspin. And then Jared and Ashley adopt her. And probably, I think, the way to think about it is that Nina and her mother are psychotic. And not only has this sent her into a tailspin, but Nina is jealous of Ashley and caused her to have a miscarriage and is giving fake drugs to Oliver or to Isaac. No, that's Ashley giving the drugs. Ashley doesn't want to get pregnant. Ashley's getting pregnant with someone else. What were we told about how Ashley got her miscarriage? The rabbit was Kylie's favorite. I have no idea how it ended up here. Yeah, because Nina has it. She normally obeys, but she was going towards a nearby alley. That's because Nina was calling her. Any idea where she was going? No, she was obedient. She always stayed where I asked her, except if Nina, her biological mother, starts calling her. Is Ashley responsible for the fake kidnapping? I don't think so. Jared and Ashley always wanted a child. About 9 years ago, Ashley got pregnant. So look at that. 9 years ago, which is right a year after Nina and Jared go on a trip, and I think Nina gets pregnant and gives up the baby. A year later, Ashley gets pregnant. Five months in, at a party, she fell down a staircase, miscarried, and couldn't conceive. So 5 months later, Nina is desperately jealous of Ashley getting pregnant and trips her and causes her to have a miscarriage. Ashley quit her job. I don't think Ashley has staged the fake thing. I don't think Ashley knows. I don't think Ashley even knows. Never saw anything between the two. I mean, it's a reasonable theory that she did it, but, well, you have a point. I'll tell you the one point you have I like about saying that Ashley, the one part about your theory that Ashley has staged this that I like is the part about where Ashley says that she got cut by the kidnapper. When Ashley approached the kidnapper and handed over the money, he attacked her, cut her arm. That's when we knew he never intended to release Kylie. Oh, I think it's Nina. I think it's Nina who still hates Ashley. The kidnapper demanded Ashley deliver the ransom. I think the kidnapper is Nina, or Nina's hired help, and still hates Ashley. I think it's all Nina, and Nina has gone crazy. And Nina's mother, Sadie, is helping her. That's what I think. Do you think Kylie was not supposed to die? Exactly right. I think Kylie was not supposed to die. They were just going to get the money and leave and take her baby back with her. She was never going to give Kylie back, but she was going to take Kylie with the money and leave the country. But what's happened is that the police detective shot out the car and caused it to crash, and Kylie has died. And Nina wants revenge on everyone now because she blames them all for this thing going wrong. What about the time-delayed poison? I think they plan to kill the pickup guy. Like, Nina has hired the muscle. Nina and Isaac have hired I think that's what it is. I think Isaac has been killed by Nina to cover up. I think Isaac has hired this muscle to pretend to be the kidnapper, to drive Kylie, and probably hired him to attack Ashley, and that and they've poisoned him with a delayed poison because they need to kill him. Eventually, they're going to kill him, pretend the kidnapper died, and that Kylie is gone. And then Nina would take the baby and leave. And what's happened is that he's probably the partner. Isaac is probably the partner with Nina in faking this kidnapping. And Isaac is probably the guy who's hired this muscle to pretend to be the kidnapper and be driving Kylie. And then when the car crashes and kills Kylie by mistake, Nina blames everyone for the death of her daughter. And probably Isaac knows about the fake kidnapping, but he's kept quiet. But she's still killing him off. Now, why is it all focused on Ethan, the daughter of these two? She blames Jared, or she wants Jared out of the way. She surely wants to kill the rest of them. It seems odd that the killer basically had the heart attack right after the exchange, so I'm not sure there was time for him to get anywhere with Kylie if that was the plan. I still think that's the most likely case, that they've hired this guy to pretend to be the kidnapper, and their plan was to have him die eventually 30 minutes later, after they hoped to have Kylie returned with all the money. My only little bit of hesitation here is trying to understand why Oliver and Madeline seem to be the focus. Rick Shrimpton had a point about something not quite resolved, the meaning of Kylie's note. Did we ever learn the significance of two acquaintances? I'm not sure, but I suppose my theory is that it's these two that arranged the first fake kidnapping of Kylie. Although I wouldn't mind reading Madeline's interview again. What's your actual relationship with Isaac? She's having an affair with Isaac. Isaac has been getting mysterious phone calls. He started spending more money. He made a good investment. Said the payout would come soon and it'd be big. Medicine said it wasn't ready yet. He bought it before, should know how to use it. Yeah, this is confirmation of my theory. Isaac has gotten a new batch of the poison. Well, I suppose. He's gotten a new batch of the poison that he used when he was working with Nina on the fake kidnapper. And now he was going to use it again. He's talking to Nina. I think he's blackmailing Nina is what's happened. Maybe that's why Nina is angry about one time his phone rang. Lately, he's acting strange. He's been getting these calls. He started spending more money. He made a good investment. Said the payout would come soon and it'd be big. It's like he's blackmailing someone. Phone rang. Medicine, it's not ready yet. Bought it before, would know how to use it. That's the instructions. And they're talking about this instructions about how to cause someone death. This is the thing that killed him. Maybe he killed himself out of guilt. Seems unlikely, though. No, I think medicine poison along with the phone number. I don't really understand this thing about acquainted with the kidnappers thing. Let us decode this and see where we stand. I mean, I have a rough theory. Okay, let's take a look. What are we looking at here? This seems to be suggesting it's a telephone code, LCLI question mark. Okay, this is just telling us to convert this into numbers using the telephone code. So in other words, it wants us to write that L is a 53, C is a 23, and then 25. Oh, it must be the number first. That's what. First digit is from 1 to 3. Yes. Okay. So what is it saying? First is position, then is number. I think that's what it's saying. So L is a 35, not a 53. And C would be a 32. Then a 25 would be a K. So in other words, LC, that would be a K, which is 25. And then, no, that doesn't, no, that doesn't make sense. Does it? 1, 4, I guess it does. 1, 4 is G. First digit is position, second digit is which square. I think that's right. And then the L becomes a 35, another 35. The I becomes a 34. L, I. And we have an A and a 35. The A is a 12 and the 35 is an L. That is my claim. And probably it just wants numbers. So let's see if that's right. Well, it's doing it this way, but I don't think that's quite right. But it's the same thing. Just why is it flipped some of these digits? 53, 23, 25, 14, 53, 43, 21, 35. Sorry, it's just basically inverted some of these, but I think I would argue that it doesn't really make sense that, like, why is this red, blue? I guess it's trying to say this one was the only one that was wrong. No, this one doesn't make sense either. So this feels like a mistakes to me, that some of them are listing position first and then cell, but it's clear that it was a telephone code and asking us what this was. So normally we would write these as 53, but the fact that this one was reversed and this one was reversed and this one was reversed seemed to be very clear about the fact that it wanted these reversed. But okay, let's not worry about that. Okay, so this is Polybius square. Remember, we are supposed to write out the message in these in this 5 by 5 grid, where we write out the alphabet in the 5 by 5 grid. But this is clearly a combination of the Polybius square with the keyboard cipher, because instead of writing A, B, C, whatever, this is a W, this is a T, Y, U, I, O, P, A, S. Sorry, I'm not showing you this. A, S, D, F. So I guess this is, okay, so what it wants us to do is take this 5 by 5. So this 5 by 5 polybius square, but instead of filling it A through Z, 3, 4, 5, it wants us to fill it out with the keyboard letters. U, J, O, P, A, S, D, F, G, H. But J is already covered. H, K, L, Z, X, B, 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 N, M. Okay, so that's completely consistent with this. And then the idea is not that it wants these missing letters, but that with this, we can decode this. So rather than try to decode it from this, we would decode it from this, 5 by 5. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you can see actually here blues and yellows, and here we have yellows and blues. So, but depending on how you think this is broken, this is either 5, 3. This is either that we read it row and column or column and row, but let's do it both ways since this game seems to be a little bit ambiguous about there. 5, 3 is B. 2, 3 would be I, J. 2, 5 would be P. 1, 4 would be R, and so on. Or if it was the other way, it would be 5, 3, which would be a G. 2, 3, which would be an S. 2, 5, which would be a V, and so on. So let's do this. GSV. Okay, so following that through, we get that decoded. And now what is our last one? G and T. That feels like an @bash cipher. Let's see if we can't. We don't have a full chart for the @bash, but we might have it in our things here. Let's see if @bash goes G to T. So if we reverse the letters, do we have G to T? Yes. So this is just an @bash cipher. So GSVHGFWB. And now pay no attention to most of that. We just need to get these to these. Oh. All right, just do it that way. G goes to T, S goes to H, V goes to E, H goes to S, G goes to T, F goes to U, W goes to D, and B goes to Y. The study. Okay. So his last Ethan's rescue just says the study. I guess that means he's in the study. Do we need that in any way? Should we look where she assigns people in the beginning? Actually, your room is on the 3rd floor left wing, 3rd floor right wing, far right of the 2nd floor, the room next to Isaac. Did we hear anything about the study? Are we supposed to know anything, or we just say study? We found a coded note from the kid. Maybe it was saying she was acquainted with her kidnappers. Yeah, that's possible. I think it's more. I don't think it was giving us a clue. Yeah, I'm not so sure. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it would help us either way, though. Okay, so, but look, here's where we are now. Once you've read the questioning, turn to the next page. Okay, I guess we did that. All right, so here we are now. Room closed. Determine whether the 2 kidnapping cases were committed by a single perpetrator or by accomplices. Identify the true culprit behind Kylie's abduction. Identify the perpetrator of Ethan's kidnapping. Decrypt Ethan's final puzzle. I guess Ethan's in the study. And now we're going to read the solution. All right, so I guess we have to get everyone on the record here. Probably if we had the energy, we could go back and reread everything and do a little bit better. But I am going to stick with my theory. I'm going to try to write down the key parts of it. I guess this last part is just Ethan is in the study. I am going to say that the decapitated body is the adoption agency director, not Sadie. And I'm going to say that Sadie and Nina are the masterminds. Mother and daughter. And that Nina, and they're both off their rocker. And I am going to say that they kidnapped Kylie and they faked it to take her away and get money. Actually, no, not they. They kidnapped Ethan, or Sadie did. Oh, I'm not doing this that well. I think probably Isaac was involved in helping to fake kidnap Kylie. So maybe I should write this differently. I think Nina and Isaac fake kidnap Kylie. And they hired Muscle, who they killed with poison. And then when it went wrong, Sadie and Nina plot revenge. All right, so everyone else, get yourselves on the record what you think. I mean, Isaac says he's going to come into money, so you could imagine that Isaac is the mastermind. But then it seems clear to me that Nina and her mother are the ones orchestrating this whole thing. I think I'm fine with my gut on this one. We have never been completely right with one of these Suzaku cases, so you know we're not going to be anywhere close to 100% correct. The question is just what percentage correct are we going to be? All right, YouTube says 8 viewers, so let's go. Get yourself on the record. If you've been listening, you got to come up with something. If we were taking this super seriously, then we would probably want answers to all of this. I mean, I think Nina has swapped the poison into Isaac's painkillers and sleeping pills and killed him that way. I think Isaac, she's convinced to work with her to make money, but she's killed him because she's really out for her revenge here. Now Koken says, I like your theory after listening all this time. So the two acquaintances for Kylie would make sense with my theory, right? Because Kylie doesn't know that Nina is her mother and Isaac. I think, yeah. Rick says, I don't have a theory. Too many characters for me to keep shit. Okay, but that's not the rule we play by. Is you gotta try to make your best guess as a exercise. Force yourself. Jonathan, I'll go with Jesse's theory. That is very unusual, Jonathan. Normally, Jonathan is willing to take a bullet and even specifically pick a different theory just so that we cover our bases and it's more interesting. So really, you don't want to try to make it slightly different, Jonathan, just for the hell of it. Where's our clock? Where's our vote? All right, go ahead. Get yourself on the record. Let's remember the questions we were given. Whether the two kidnappings were committed by a single perpetrator or by accomplices. So my guess is that in the first kidnapping, it's Nina and Isaac with a hired muscle. With that said, it could absolutely just be Isaac. I think it has to be Isaac, because when he got the medicine, I think the medicine was used to kill the muscle guy who was pretending to be the kidnapper, pick up the money. So I think 100% it's Isaac involved in the first kidnapping of Kylie. What I don't know, though, is whether Nina was involved in this fake. I'm guessing she was, but I'm 100% sure Isaac, but maybe also Nina. And then the second one is Nina and Sadie. The true culprit behind Kylie's, that's Isaac and Nina and the hired muscle, or just Isaac and the hired muscle. But I think Nina's involved. And then Ethan's kidnapping, I said already, Sadie, really Sadie, but Sadie and Nina, or just Sadie. And that's it. Okay, here we go. Rick says something important, which is, I think the Night Killer organization. Well, what about the Black Axe organization? All right, here we go. Jonathan is voting Isaac and Madeline for the first to try to tie Madeline's family into it somehow. Okay, that's good. Here we go. Suzaku Detective, The Truth and Endings Manual. The Black Axe was the drug source. All right, here we go. The Truth. Oh, that's interesting. All right, here we go. 5 years ago, the people who orchestrated Kylie's kidnapping were Oliver and Ashley. Completely wrong on part one. 5 years later, the kidnapping of Ethan was planned by Nina, her mother Sadie, and Isaac. Mostly correct. The truth is, Jared had long been having an affair with Nina. 10 years ago, during a business trip that lasted nearly a year, Nina gave birth to Jared's child. We got that right. In order to legitimize the child's return home, Jared and Nina devised a plan. Place the baby in the adoption agency where Nina's mother worked. Oh, interesting. The mother worked there. Upon returning, Jared suggested to his wife, Ashley, that they adopt a child. because he suffered from oligospermia, and the couple had never been able to conceive. However, shortly after Ashley became pregnant, the adoption plan was put on hold. Driven by jealousy, Nina orchestrated a cruel turn of events. During a party, she deliberately engineered a fall that caused Ashley to miscarriage. Okay, we figured that out. The loss shattered Ashley emotionally and left her physically unable to conceive. Years later, Jared, seizing the opportunity, revived the idea of adoption. Using the information provided by Nina, he located a child at that same adoption center, Kylie, his biological daughter with Nina. Despite Kylie's autism, Jared loved her deeply. Ashley, unaware of the full truth, poured her motherly affection into raising Kylie. But the truth didn't stay buried for long. Oliver eventually approached Ashley, revealed the affair between Jared and Nina. Though skeptical first, I thought this was Jonathan's theory, that it was Ashley who figured it out, but okay. He didn't want to go with that theory in the end. You talked me out of it. Jonathan says you talked me out of it. Yeah, I thought that was going to be your thing, was all about blaming Ashley, but you let me talk you out of it. Ashley secretly obtained a blood sample from Jared, compared it to Kylie's. This is all behind the scenes. We didn't get any hints of this. The result confirmed her worst fear. Kylie was indeed Jared's biological daughter. Furious over Jared's betrayal and the loss of her own child, Ashley's grief turned to vengeance. Upon learning that it was Nina who had caused her miscarriage, Ashley joined forces with Oliver. Together, they devised a plan to force Jared to surrender his company's shares and split the profits. To hurt both Jared and Nina, Oliver and Ashley orchestrated the kidnapping of Kylie, demanded ransom, ultimately intended to eliminate the child together. Yikes. Oliver made contact with Zach, hiring him to carry out the kidnapping. At the same time, Ashley approached Isaac, asked for his help in acquiring the compound. As Oliver was preparing to collect the ransom, he called Zach and ensured he ingested this. This was my theory about poisoning the pickup guy ahead of time. 2 hours later, he suffered a massive heart attack behind the wheel. I guess they didn't care if she died because Ashley and Oliver don't care about the daughter, Kylie. Sudden cardiac arrest caused him to lose control. She died in the resulting crash. Following Kylie's tragic death, Nina fell into a deep depression. She returned home. Okay, so this did happen when she died, where she was cared for by her mother, Sadie. But Nina's condition worsened. During the time, Sadie became involved with a secretive group known as the Night Killer Organization. Aha, there's our tie-in. Through them, she uncovered a disturbing truth. Kylie's death had not been an accident, it had been murder. She did her own investigation. The grief and need for justice, the mother and daughter began to quietly plot their revenge. To carry out the plan, Nina pretended to reciprocate Isaac's affection. She gained his trust, convinced him to join her in kidnapping Ethan, promising him a large portion of the ransom. Well, we did talk about Isaac being involved in that so that he could get the money. We kind of got it slightly wrong, though. In order to further investigate the true cause of Kylie's death, Nina's mother reached out to Suzaku and Cody. She chose the officer originally assigned. She chose Wildflower Mountain Manor as the stage. Before the gathering, she murdered the real housekeeper, Sadie. That was Jonathan's theory. And assumed her identity. That was Jonathan's theory. I thought she killed the adoption agency person, but she was the adoption agency person. Once everything was in place, Sadie, Nina, and Isaac devised a plan to drug the dinner served during the banquet. Their intent was to sedate all the guests and abduct Ethan while everyone lay unconscious. To protect Isaac from exposure, Nina secretly replaced his painkillers with that. That's what I determined. She planted the empty vial in Jared's room, setting the stage for suspicion to fall elsewhere. I don't think we even picked up on that, if that's true. Okay, so successful resolution and mission failed. I don't know how we're just how much we have to have gotten to get the successful one versus the unsuccessful one. I mean, we knew he was in the study, so maybe that's all we needed to know. The masterminds behind both kidnappings finally come to light. After I decode Ethan's final message, we rush to the study. There we find the woman believed to be dead, Sadie, standing beside Ethan. A bomb is strapped to his body. Madeline is visibly shaken, her voice trembling as she cries out, "Please don't hurt my son." Sadie sneers, her expression twisted with rage and madness. "So Kylie deserved to die. She was my granddaughter. I raised her myself. And you heartless people let her be destroyed. What did she ever do to deserve that?" I keep my voice calm. "The truth is out. The mystery's over. Let Ethan go. Justice will find those responsible." Sadie lets out a harsh laugh, her eyes burning with hatred. She points a trembling finger at Oliver and Ashley. "I'll let him go if they pay the price." She gestures towards a few capsules on the table and says, "Make them swallow those." I step closer, recognizing the pills. That's the aconitine tetrodotoxin compound, isn't it? Sadie nods slowly. "Debts must be paid. Their deaths are the only justice for Kylie. Only then will I release the boy." Ashley panics and tries to flee, but Madeline grabs her by the hair. Her face is wild with grief and fury. In one swift motion, she seizes a fruit knife from the table and drives it into Ashley's chest before anyone can stop her. Ashley collapses to the floor, lifeless. Oliver, horrified, turns to escape, but Jared moves faster, tackling him to the ground. Madeline stares down at Oliver, trembling, her voice no more than a whisper. "We ended up here because of you. I love my son. He was innocent. You destroyed everything." "No, please don't," Oliver pleads, but Madeline no longer hears reason. All that remains is vengeance. She thrusts the knife deep into his chest. Oliver falls silent. As the wave of violence passes, Sadie collapses to the floor. Her body goes limp in Nina's arms. She's already taken the poison. Cody and I rush to untie the bomb from Ethan. Thankfully, it hasn't been triggered. Behind the cabinet, I find a phone and immediately dial the police. Turning back to Sadie, I ask, "How did you get involved with the Night Killer organization?" Sadie is breathing heavily now. Her voice is faint. "It was one of my subordinates. He brought me in." "What was his name?" I ask. She opens her mouth just barely. Her lips form the beginning of a word, then nothing. Okay, so was that the person from our first case? And then here's the failure. I'm not sure when we should have gotten this. We might have, because we didn't identify the first people. I think we figured out who the second people were involved with Ethan, so I think we got the good answer, but something could have made us do this. As we race toward the study, a sudden explosion shakes the air. Boom! A burst of fire erupts in the distance. Smoke rises thick into the sky. Madeline sees it, and something inside her breaks. She screams, "Ethan!" Bolts toward the blast. Before she can reach the flames, a single gunshot cracks through the air. Madeline drops instantly. More gunshots follow. Sharp, quick, methodical. Bodies fall around me. Then I feel it, searing pain in my chest. My legs give out. Darkness begins to close in, and then nothing. When I open my eyes, I'm in a hospital bed. Cody lies in the bed beside mine, wounded but conscious. His face is pale, his eyes sunken with exhaustion. He speaks softly. "After the blast, only you, me, and Nina made it out alive. Nina made it out alive. Everyone else didn't. The killer vanished. The entire Wildflower Mountain Manor burned to the ground." He pauses. "Maybe the only reason we were spared is because some part of the killer still had a shred of conscience left." I sit in silence, the weight of it pressing in. "What about Nina?" I ask. Cody lets out a breath. She lost it. After she woke up, she broke completely. Total psychological collapse. She's gone." I close my eyes. The silence inside me is deafening. All of it, for vengeance, for truth, meant nothing in the end. It all burned with the manor. Okay, the fact that we think Nina is innocent makes me think we shouldn't, that this ending was not for us. We knew it was Nina and Sadie, the mother, involved. So I guess we get the good ending, even though we didn't understand that the original kidnappers were Ashley. Jonathan, I may have talked you out of it, but I tried to get you to come up with a different theory. And you still didn't go back to her. The motive made sense for Ashley. I don't think the method makes sense. Well, no, it doesn't make complete sense. But none of the Suzaku mysteries make complete sense. This is an interesting one, though. A different one. I don't think, well, okay, let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll talk about it. I'll see you in 8 minutes to talk about the Wildflower Manor, Mountain Manor kidnapping. 8 minutes. Well, we've just finished playing through the second case, the second of two cases in Suzaku Detective box number 2. That puts a total of 5 games under our belt. Are there more to come? We don't know. It's been a pretty similar experience with this last case. As with all of these cases, very rarely do we figure out these cases correctly. There's something about the convoluted nature of these cases. Suzaku is like a, I don't know how to explain it. He inhabits a world that is too convoluted for us. Are these cases enjoyable? I think they're all enjoyable to an extent. I think as long as you don't get too hung up on the ending, the journey for all of these cases is reasonably good. The story writing is reasonably good. There are pieces of this game that feel like they're a little bit broken. Like at the end of this case, we had a failure thing to read and a success thing to read, and no instructions on how to decide between the two. And then we did have, in this case, an actual bug in the cipher solution for one, but it didn't mess us up too much. It would have been totally it's very lucky that we were able to figure out what the translation bug was. But let me talk about this case in particular, because this was a weird combination of good and bad. And I'm trying to think where I would rank this one. And I think probably somewhere in the middle. And that's because the actual setting here was one of the better cases. In fact, I think probably if I just looked at the setting and nature of the story, this would be my favorite one. It's a kidnapping with the mysterious parallel kidnapping in the past. A small cast of characters. This one felt very much like an Agatha Christie story. And there were enough weird details to make it quite intriguing, and some interesting characters to try to figure out what their relationships were. And I would say actually that this case had some of the better use of props. Like we had items that we found in their rooms that were interesting. We were given a nice chart of relationships between the people. There was one really big fail here, or miss, that is worth really talking about from a game design perspective, though. Because you could absolutely see how, well, let me just say what it was, and then we could talk about why it was. I think the thing that was the real miss for us here was the ciphers. There was a whole bunch of ciphers here, and they were actually done reasonably well. The game comes with quite a good cipher handbook that walks you through a whole bunch of different ciphers and how they work and how to use them. And it's actually about as good as we've ever seen. Like, there's a Morse code table. There's as good a Vigenère cipher explanation of how to use it as we've seen in any game. In fact, almost as good as in any cipher book. Same thing is true for the rail cipher and the Polybius square. I mean, it's like, it's sort of shocking how good this little guide is. And the ciphers themselves, maybe a little bit of a weird choice to have these multi-stage things, but the fact that each one had the solution on the back with a scrape off silver, I mean, they went to some real effort to do these. And I can see how if you were the designer of this game, making these mystery stories, how this would be appealing. Because you're thinking, well, I can take this story and maybe take it to the next level, add an hour or two of puzzle solving to it. Maybe that'll make the whole experience feel richer. And I think that's why it's worth talking for a moment about why that did not work for us here, why that caused problems. It caused problems because it's totally disconnected from the story. There's no way that this does not need to have any ciphers in it. None of the other mysteries have any ciphers, and this one, nothing was added by those ciphers. It was just busy work. It was all busy work. There was no real interestingness to the puzzle of the ciphers. Most of it was fairly straightforward. It just took a lot of time. It wasn't just one cipher, it was like 5 steps to solve each cipher, and it didn't add anything. And it's the old problem of pacing. That's what's gone wrong here with those ciphers. And in fact, what's so fascinating is that it's not just that it messed with our enjoyment of the story. It's that we paid that cost. We paid those, that we've been playing for 5 hours now. That hour and a half that we spent solving the ciphers came out of our budget of attention to the story. And so what happened is when we get to the end of the story, I think we talked about the theories of the case and what went wrong. But when we thought about, are we really good? Do we really want to spend a half hour now rereading story looking for subtle clues? The answer was no, because we had paid that budget to the ciphers. Not only that, but we had to solve 3 different little ciphers, and they came between chunks of reading details that we would have preferred to chew on and remember. But it was like we read a whole bunch of story, and then before we got to enjoy that and really think about it and chew on it and talk about it, we had to divert and spend a half hour solving ciphers, and then the story got given short shrift because of that. And that is really not what you want in a game that is all about the story and just understanding the mystery of the story. And I really think maybe it's a hard thing to see from in the midst of designing a game like this. But you really got to be careful about that. Just in general, ciphers are usually a bad idea for this reason, because there's so much busy work. But even just putting puzzles, even if these were good, interesting puzzles, the problem would remain, right? It's particularly acute because the ciphers aren't enjoyable. They don't add anything. But even if you made very clever, subtle, enjoyable puzzles, you would still have done harm to the game as a whole. And I think that is the lesson about these kinds of narrative games. I am not sure we have ever had one. I'm not sure we've ever had a real narrative mystery game with lots of reading of story, like a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective game, where the inclusion of a cipher and puzzles didn't harm the pacing and the total experience of the game. Sometimes you can get away with it a little bit if it's totally integrated into the story. Like if you've got a mystery about a serial killer and the serial killer sends a note to the cops and you spend some time decoding it and it gives you this new, very cool element of the story when you figure out their message and the message is part of the story, then maybe, but boy, you got to be careful with that pacing. So the ciphers here harmed the game. I think I still got quite a bit of enjoyment out of it. The story was still there. We figured out major pieces of it. I think even without the ciphers, I don't think we were going to come up with the solution. I just think that's the nature of this game, that there's never enough evidence to really come up with that one answer. You sort of, maybe of 10 groups, 1 or 2 just happened to get on the right wavelength and guess the right answer for some of it. We had half this right, half this wrong. Still an enjoyable story. I think maybe if you were advising a second edition here, you would say just drop the, I know it's a lot of work, but just drop all the cipher stuff. And as with all the Suzaku cases, give more evidence pointing to the true theory. All right, so that's your spoiler-free review. Now let's check in with the chat, see what other people have to say, and see where we are. I don't remember them mentioning Nina quit for years, which this seems to imply. Yeah, that was missed. That was not part of the story. You talked me out of the idea the slow action poisoning was cause a crash to kill Kylie. I did talk you out of that too. The motive did make sense for Ashley. You can't let yourself be talked out of theories by me. That's dangerous. I have often, Anna is the only one that will not let herself get talked out of a theory by me, but I have in the past. In all fairness, I've been talked out of theories too. Needed clarification on victory versus defeat. The translation in the cipher is pretty egregious. I'd rank it pretty high. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I'm not sure the cipher added much. We've talked about that. Besides the translation bug, they were competent. Not sure it's what I want from this series. I agree with that. I liked the interrogations and the rest of the clue cards. I agree with that too. I did like the variety of ways the story was told. Maybe the intro was a little long. The writing was competent, but that little introduction of like going up to the house and getting assigned rooms and stuff, maybe that went on a little long. Rick says, very different from the last box. That was all about seemingly impossible circumstances. This was cipher busy work combined with the classic mystery narrative. I think that's a good point. I think that's why I think both Jonathan and I reacted positively to both story settings, that the first box, especially some of the cases like the car driving, was a crazy, ridiculous setting. This was much more classic. This might be a bit of a mismatch where I think the current culprits wasn't as hard to figure out, but the previous ones are trickier. Yes. John says, I put in the top 3. It's been a bit too long since we played the other 2 cases from box 1. All of the Suzakus have been kind of a mess. I think this was my least favorite, says Rick. Even though the race car one was insane, it was memorable, and the other cases in that box were pretty good. Jonathan Warner says, I guess I like the story more in this one. I'll admit the ciphers throw off the pacing. I do think this had the best potential for a good story. The first box had the one where they were at the vacation resort, which was pretty good. And I think the previous case to this one in this box was pretty good too. That was okay. The game's logic, the children are leaving these ciphers to help us find them. If so, that's crazy. It's true, that is kind of crazy. It is pretty crazy, actually. I was thinking that the villain was leaving these messages, but that doesn't make sense, does it? And the autistic girl wrote these puzzles for us, these ciphers. The autistic girl was using the Visionaire cipher. I guess maybe, yeah. Okay, well, maybe you got to suspend disbelief for that. Yeah, the ciphers were a miss. It's sort of weird, the quality parts here, like that cipher compendium manual is so impressively put together. It's sort of shocking. I wonder, I really wonder if we'll ever get word of the writers of these cases. Like occasionally the author of a case will come into the channel at some point, but this is such an odd duck where it's clearly native language isn't English. We think it's actually, we did get a little piece of evidence here that it's Chinese, right? Because the Spamonite came in and said that the word that translated to tranquility was a Chinese word, he thinks. So is there a Chinese author that's written all the Suzakus? And if you did write this, I mean, the writing is quite good. I wonder if that author would watch these videos. These games get so little coverage here in America. You would think it wouldn't be that hard to stumble on these from YouTube. And I wonder if he takes our criticisms in a constructive way and appreciates that we take these so seriously and enjoy big chunks of them. Or is this a totally anonymous thing that is localized to China and the author doesn't know English and someone else is translating and never the twain shall meet? John says, is that why the game made them autistic, so they could be cipher geniuses? John says, I'd still be down for more if they made a box number 3. Someone could make like a little not errata for the Suzaku cases, but more like a easy mode addendum for each box that gave you a couple more clues for each case to make it a little more likely that you could figure it out and maybe get rid of the ciphers here. Well, maybe we will be playing a box 3. Hopefully without ciphers. Thank you for joining me, all of you who stuck around, all of you who are asleep. It was fun. It was fun. I'll see you next time. I'll see some of you. In fact, I hope a bunch of you turn up on Sunday. We're just going to chat about and look at some of the new Gen Con games that I'll be looking for when I hit Gen Con. So it'll be a very relaxed Sunday afternoon live stream at 1 p.m. I'll see some of you there. The rest of you, we've got Arcadia Tenebra on Monday. And then after I get back from Gen Con, maybe we'll look at some of the games I've bought. But we also have a big mystery Kickstarter that looks very interesting. We've been talking about glitched games. I am not so sure this new Kickstarter, Echo Abyss, isn't going to be a glitchy game. It's extremely ambitious. I really don't know if they're going to be able to pull off what they're trying to do, but I can't wait to see. All right, I'll see you next time.